Good afternoon to you and welcome to the live proceedings of the Senate. This being an afternoon sitting on the 29th day of May, the year being 2024, and a broadcast brought to you by the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation in conjunction with the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit. Let's now have a look at the highlights in the order of business this afternoon, where Senator Crystal Asige will be tabling the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 17 of the year 2024. The bill by Senator Crystal Asige seeks to amend the Constitution of Kenya 2010 to provide for the additional seats in the National Assembly as well as the Senate, in order to implement the principle of at least 5% of the members of the public in elective and appointive bodies that should be persons with disability. Additionally, the bill proposes to amend Article 97 and 98 of the Constitution to ensure that 5% of members of the National Assembly and the Senate are representatives of persons with disability. And this is intended to increase representation of persons with disability in the National Assembly and the Senate. And according to the mover of the bill, this will address the historical exclusion of persons with disability from the decision-making process, resulting in laws and policies that do not reflect their unique challenges and needs. In the bill, the senator proceeds and says that by ensuring the adequate representation of persons with disability in government, the bill will ensure that their voices are heard and that their interests as well as their needs are taken into account in matters of decision making. This afternoon, the House will also be considering the report of the Mediation Committee on the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bills number 14 of the year 2024. This report is by the co-chairperson of the Mediation Committee that comprised of members of the Senate and members from the National Assembly that agreed on a figure on matters revenue bill. And this is monies that are sent to counties in every other financial year. The Houses of Parliament Bicameral Relations Bill, National Assembly Bills number 44 of the year 2023 by the Senate leader of the majority party is a bill lined up for debate this afternoon. After consideration of those three agenda given a priority in the order paper this afternoon, the committee will then move into the committee of the whole, where the House will be considering the gambling control bill, this being National Assembly Bills number 70 of the year 2023, as well as the Tea Amendment Bill, Bill number 1 of the year 2023 by Senator Hilary Sigei, the Maternal, Newborn and Child Health Bill, Senate Bills number 17 of the year 2023 by Senator Beatrice Ogola, as well as the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 2 of the year 2023. The Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 10 of the year 2024, is another bill that the House is set to resume debate on this afternoon. This agenda was there in the order paper this morning, and it is yet again coming up for consideration during this afternoon sitting. The Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 40 of the year 2023 by Senator Hamida Kibwana, is another bill that the House will be resuming debate on this afternoon. And away from that, the House will also be considering a motion by the Senator for Nyeri County, Senator Wahome Wamatinga, on addressing the challenges of power purchase agreement renewals and electricity supplies in Kenya. In this particular motion by the Senator for Nyeri, the Senator seeks to have the Senate resolve that notwithstanding the resolution of the National Assembly imposed on matters moratorium on Kenya Power, whose timeline has lapsed, the Senate, in order to cushion Kenyans from the high cost of electricity, is that the House resolves that the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum be allowed to enter into new power purchase agreements or renew existing power purchase agreements with the independent power producers. Allow me to hand you over to this live broadcast, currently presided over by the Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Amason Kingi. Enjoy your viewing and good afternoon.
Mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao wamezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Clerk, we have quorum. Sergeant at Arms, kindly ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes.
The quorum bell is currently on at the Senate, following the directive by the Speaker to give some leeway for senators to make their way into the chamber this afternoon to ensure that the House has quorum to commence business. Addressing the challenges of power purchase agreement renewals and the electricity power supply is a motion lined up for debate this afternoon. This motion is by the Senator for Nyeri County, Senator Wahome Wamatinga. In this particular motion, the mover of the motion in the motion says, notwithstanding the resolution of the National Assembly imposed on a moratorium on the Kenya Power, whose timeline has lapsed at the Senate, in order to cushion Kenyans from the high cost of electricity, do resolve that the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum, as well as Kenya Power and Lighting Company, be allowed to enter into new power purchase agreements or renew existing power purchase agreements with the independent power producers, as well as that Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, EPRA, fast-tracks the acquisition of necessary licenses required by the independent power producers with valid power purchasing agreements for setting up of power plants. The Senate leader of the majority party is this afternoon set to table a couple of reports from the Office of the Auditor General The report among them is the financial statements of the municipality of Kimilili by the county government of Bungoma for the financial year ended 30th of June 2023, as well as financial statements of Nyeri County on matters Water and Sanitation Company Limited for the year ended 30th of June 2023. Standing Order 5.3 subsection 1, Senator Hamida Kibwana will be seeking a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations regarding the ongoing evictions and demolitions in Mathare and Mukuru kwa Ruben. These are areas in the Nairobi City County. The quorum has been, allow me to hand you over for this live broadcast. Enjoy.
Proceed with today's business. Clerk, kindly call the first order.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Senate Majority Leader, take your seat, please. Now, honorable senators, as you are aware, the National Prayer Breakfast is an annual event in the calendar of Parliament. It is an interdenominational prayer meeting sponsored by members from both houses of Parliament. The event is being coordinated by an organizing committee which has been working closely with the Kenya National Prayer Breakfast Coordination Team. The organizing committee is co-chaired by Senator Daniel Manzo, MP, and the Honorable Samuel Chepkonga, MP of the National Assembly. The National Prayer Breakfast has been instrumental in fostering national healing, reconciliation, and undertaking on the challenges that face our country. The event will undoubtedly continue to be a uniting forum for our national ethos. This year's National Prayer Breakfast is scheduled to be held tomorrow, Thursday, the 30th of May, 2024, at the Safari Park Hotel in Nairobi from 7 a.m. Honorable Senators, you are expected to be seated by 6:30 a.m. The theme for the event is hope. Honorable Senators, I therefore take this opportunity to invite all honorable senators to the 21st edition of the National Prayer Breakfast. Further details relating to the event will be given through the Office of the Clerk. I thank you. Again, honorable senators, as you may recall, at the sitting of the Senate held on Tuesday, the 30th of April 2024, I reported a petition to the Senate by Mr. Laban Omsundi regarding restricting county governments from hiring external law firms for legal representation in court cases. Pursuant to Standing Order 238-1, I committed the petition to the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations for consideration. Honorable Senators, subsequent to my committal of the petition to the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations, via the letter reference JLR/SSN/2024-8, dated the 21st of May 2024, I received a request from the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights for the said committee to consider the petition alongside the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations. The chairperson argued that the management and operations of legal professionals is a matter that falls under the purview of the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights. Honorable Senators, from the foregoing, I reviewed the prayers contained in the petition and established that indeed the prayers relate to governance and management of county governments in relation to the establishment of the Office of the County Attorney as envisaged under Section 4 of the Office of the Attorney Act and the resources used to engage external counsel. This is a matter under the purview of the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations. On the other hand, the prayers also relate to the operations and management of legal profession in the country, in particular, the cardinal principle for a client to access legal representation of their choice. This matter broadly falls under the organization and administration of law and justice, which, pursuant to the 4th schedule of the standing orders, is the responsibility of the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs, and Human Rights. Honorable Senators, having considered the matter as indicated above, I hereby direct that the petition submitted to the Senate by Mr. Laban Omusundi be considered jointly by the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations and the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs, and Human Rights. For the avoidance of doubt, this communication does not affect the timelines provided for pursuant to Standing Order 2382. The committees will therefore be required to table a report on the petition on or before the 29th of June 2024. Thank you. Next order.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
The Senate Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate today, Wednesday, the 29th of May, 2024. These are reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements of the following for the year ended 30th June 2023. 1. Municipality of Kimilili, County Government of Bungoma, Kieni Water and Sewerage Company Limited, Nyeri Water and Sanitation Company Limited, Tavevo Water and Sewerage Company Limited, Kisumu Water and Sanitation Company Limited. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay.
The Chairperson Standing Committee on County Public Investments and Special Funds. Chairperson Sipik. Proceed.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, 9th May 2024. Reports of the Select Committee on County Public Investments and Special Funds Committee on its consideration of the audit report for the financial years 2018-2019, 2019-2020, 2020-2021, volume 5 of the following water service providers: Busia Water and Sewerage Water Company Limited, Tambaj Water and Sewerage Water Company Limited, Grinyaka Water and Sanitation Water Company Limited, Malindi Water and Sewerage Water Company Limited, Mandera Water and Sewerage Water Company Limited, Migori Water and Sewerage Company Limited, Mombasa Water and Sewerage Company Limited, Nanyuki Water and Sewerage Company Limited, and Nithi Water and Sewerage Company Limited. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On behalf of the Chair of CIVIC.
Chairperson Standing Committee on Trade, Industrialization and Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, 29th May 2024. A report of the Standing Committee on Trade, Industrialization and Tourism on its consideration of the proposed amendments by the National Assembly to the County Licensing Uniform Procedures Bill, Senate Bills number 9 of 2022. On behalf of the Chairperson of the Senate Standing Committee on Trade, Industrialization and Tourism.
Chairperson, Standing Committee on Finance and Budget.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, 29th of May 2024. Report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on its consideration of County Public Finance Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 39 of 2023. Thank you.
Next order, Clerk.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
The Chairperson, Sipik.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that the Senate adopts the report of the Select Committee on County Public Investments and Special Funds on its consideration of the audit reports for the following years, 2018-2019, Volume 4, 2019-2020, Volume 5, and 2020-2021, Volume 6 for the following water service companies. 1, Busia Water and Sewerage Services Company Limited. 2, Iten Tambach Water and Sewerage Company Limited. Kirinyaka Water and Sanitation Company Limited. Malindi Water and Sewerage Company Limited. 5, Mandera Water and Sewerage Company Limited. Migori Water and Sanitation Company Limited. 7, Mombasa Water and Sanitation Company Limited. 8, Nanyuki Water and Sanitation Company Limited. And 9, Nithi Water and Sanitation Company Limited. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Statements pursuant to Standing Order 53, the Honorable Senator Hamida Kibwana. The statement is dropped. The Honorable Senator for Machakos County, Senator Agnes Muthama Kavindu. Proceed, Senator for Machakos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A statement on payment of rates to Nairobi land registration for parcels of the land situated in Machakos County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I raise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee of Lands, Environment and Natural Resources concerning certain properties in Machakos County paying land rates to the Nairobi Land Registry instead of Machakos Land Registry. In the statement, the committee should, 1, explain the circumstances under which the land rates for certain properties in Machakos County are currently being paid to the Nairobi Land Registry instead of the Machakos Land Registry, and evaluate the legal and procedures, reasons for this, including the implications of the financial administration of Machakos County. 2, determine the scope of this matter by identifying the properties, particularly those along Machakos-Nairobi border, and report on how this has been happening and the financial impact on Machakos County's revenue. And 3, detail the actions that the Ministry of Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development is undertaking to address this issue, including the steps taken to ensure proper allocation of land rates payments to the correct land registry, and recommend measures to improve the efficiency of land rates collection and prevent such challenges from reoccurring in the future. Senator Agnes Kavindu, Senator Machakos County. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mohammed Chute.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm requesting for a statement on the delayed salaries to employees and interns by the county government of Marsabit. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 31 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare regarding the delay in salary payments to the employees and interns serving the county government of Marsabit. In the statement, Honorable Speaker, the committee should, 1, state reasons for the non-payment of salaries to the employees of the county government of Marsabit for the month of November 2023. Number 2, Honorable Speaker, explain the reasons for the long-standing delay in the disbursement of stipends to interns across all the departments within the county government, and establish the period they have not been paid, as well as the total amount owed to them. And finally, Honorable Speaker, provide timelines for settling the arrears due to the employees and the interns, and state the measures being taken by the county government of Marsabit to address these delays and to ensure timely payment in the near future. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Kisang.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I arise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries regarding the shortage of wheat seeds in the country. Honorable Speaker, in the statement, the committee should, 1, explain the current shortage of wheat seeds in most retail and wholesale stores in the country. 2nd, state any government interventions aimed at addressing the shortage immediately to ensure farmers are able to plant according to their schedules. 3, outline measures put in place to prevent a recurrence of such shortages in the future and to guarantee consistent and reliable supply of seeds in the country, Honorable Speaker, because there have been shortage of wheat and maize seeds in the past. Thank you.
Senator David Wakoli, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Request for statement on claims of unfairness in the recruitment of casual workers in Bungoma County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare regarding claims of unfairness in the recruitment and payment of casual workers by the Bungoma County government. In the statement, the committee should, 1, explain the status of casual workers employed by the county government of Bungoma from 2013 to date, and furnish the Senate with a comprehensive report on the departments they have been serving in, stating their wages and whether the payments made to them as casual employees are up to date. 2, outline the guidelines, specific conditions, and requirements applied during the recent recruitment and absorption of some of the casual workers in the permanent and pensionable terms, stating the criteria used to retain or dismiss some of the casuals who have served for long. 3, state whether the proper procedure was followed in absorbing the casual workers and provide evidence of when interviews were conducted, if any, and a list of the individuals who were eventually appointed to the various positions. And 4, table evidence of payments made to casuals by the county government from the financial year 2022-2023 to date, outlining any measures in place to ensure that all casuals are paid their dues on time, including any arrears of wages. Mr. Speaker, sir, my second statement on the crop insurance offered to farmers in Bungoma County by the county government of Bungoma. In the statement, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1. I seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries regarding the crop insurance scheme offered to farmers in Bungoma County for the financial year 2022-2023 and 2023-2024. In the statement, the committee should, 1, provide a list of all insured farmers, including their locations, the respective insurance companies providing crop insurance under the scheme, signed contracts between farmers and the insurance companies, and the terms of the insurance cover, including the benefits and the variety of crops covered. 2, present evidence detailing the tendering process through which this insurance was awarded and ascertain whether due process was followed. And 3, state how much the county government has set aside for the crop insurance, how much has been utilized for the same function, and provide evidence of remittance of payments to companies providing crop insurance services to farmers. Mr. Speaker, sir, my third statement on the procurement of medical insurance for Bungoma County government employees for the financial years 2022-2023 and 2023-2024. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Health regarding the procurement of medical insurance for the Bungoma County government employees for the financial years 2022-2023 and 2023-2024. In the statement, the committee should, 1, provide information on the procurement process leading to the award of the tender for the provision of medical insurance for Bungoma County government employees to Britam Insurance Company. 2, state whether views of the employees or any form of participation involving employees of the county was conducted before Britam Insurance was awarded the tender. 3, find out whether the tender was competitively sourced and provide a list of all bidders who expressed interest and the reasons why their bids failed. 4, furnish the Senate with the medical insurance policy documents and the contract agreement between Britam and Bungoma County government for the provision of medical insurance, highlighting the contract sum, the number of staff and their beneficiaries covered, and the scope of benefits, stating whether Britam has honored the agreement. And 5, state the number of employees who benefited and those currently benefiting from the medical insurance scheme in the financial years 2022, 2023, and 2023-2024, further stating the amount of money remitted annually to Britam for the service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Next order.
Order number 8, the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill. Senate Bills number 17 of 2024. First reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Constitution of Kenya.
Next order.
Order number 9, motion. Consideration of the report of the Mediation Committee on the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bills number 14 of 2024.
The co-chairperson, Mediation Committee. May I proceed?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the Senate adopts the report of the Mediation Committee on the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bills number 14 of 2024, laid on the table of the Senate on Wednesday, 29 May 2024, and that pursuant to Article 113(2) of the Constitution and standing under 167(3) of the Senate, approves the mediated version of the bill. Mr. Speaker, sir, Article 218(1) provides that at least 2 months before the end of each financial year, there shall be introduced in Parliament a division of revenue bill, which shall divide revenue raised by the national government between the national and county levels of government. Pursuant to this constitutional provision, the Division of Revenue Bill 2024, National Assembly Bills number 14 of 2024, was published by the Kenya Gazette Supplement number 57 of 8 March 2024. The bill was introduced in the National Assembly, debated and passed without amendments. Consequently, in accordance with Article 110(4) of the Constitution, the bill was referred to the Senate for consideration. The bill provided for the projected share of revenue for financial year 2024-2025 at Kenya shillings 2.948 trillion. This revenue was proposed to be shared as follows. National government was to get 2.540 trillion. County government, Kenya shillings 391.116 billion. And equalization fund, Kenya shilling 7.852 billion. Mr. Speaker, sir, the bill was read a first time in the Senate on Wednesday, 27 March 2024, and consequently debated and approved with an amendment on Thursday, 2 May 2024. The amendment provided that A, the national government should be allocated Kenya shillings 2.524 trillion, while the county government should be allocated Kenya shillings 415 billion 952. Mr. Speaker, sir, the amended version of the bill was transmitted to the National Assembly for consideration. The National Assembly considered and rejected the Senate amendments on Monday, 13 May 2024. Consequently, pursuant to Article 112(2)(b) of the Constitution, the bill was referred to a mediation committee pursuant to Article 113(1) of the Constitution. The speakers of both houses constituted the mediation committee comprising of 9 members from each house. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee was mandated to 1, consider the division of the revenue bill, and number 2, to attempt to develop a version of the bill that both houses will pass. And Mr. Speaker, this really happened, and the committee sat, and we really considered our mandate accordingly. Mr. Speaker, I wish to report that the committee held a total of 3 meetings. These sessions were lengthy since each party was focused on convincing the other and justify that their proposed allocations are the best for consideration. The committee made a number of observations as indicated in the report. Among them, number A, devolution has played a critical role in the development of various regions in the country, and that devolution was working. The proposed allocation to county governments is insufficient and requires an increase. Another observation was that in the effort to ensure expenditure matches the projected revenue correction, the national government, through the National Treasury and Economic Planning and rationalize the project budget for financial year 2024-2025 and the projected total expenditure and be revised from 4.1 trillion as contained in the 2024 BPS to Kenya shillings 3.9 trillion. And the other observation is that the trend in revenue performance in the current financial year 2023-2024 were not quite positive. There is increased debt service expenditure. The national government's under commitment to implement a fiscal consolidation plan targeting to reduce the fiscal deficit to estimated 3.9 of GDP in financial year 2024-2025. And Mr. Speaker, both members of the committee, 9 from the Senate and the 9 from the National Assembly, besides what they arranged when they dropped the bill, we were in agreement that more resources really needs to go to the counties. And Mr. Speaker, when we started negotiating, already they started increasing exponentially the figures from 391, and that shows, Mr. Speaker, both committees were really respecting devolution. So, Mr. Speaker, considering all the other offers made in the negotiation and the strict fiscal consolidation path, the government and committed to the mediation committee resolved that the allocation for financial year 2024-25 to both levels of governments be as follows. A, the national government equitable share, Kenya shillings 2 trillion 540 billion 153 million 902,710, and the equitable share, county equitable share at Kenya shillings 400 billion 116,788,147. So that is 400.1 billion. And I'm surprised senators are not happy that we have hit the 400 billion mark this financial year. Mr. Speaker, sir, the mediated version of the bill is attached to the report of the committee, indicating the allocations as per the aforementioned recommendation. Mr. Speaker, I appeal to all the senators of this distinguished House to support the recommendation of the committee. This will ensure the county governments get an additional Kenya shillings 9 billion from what the National Assembly and earlier proposed in the bill at 391.1 billion. We actually agreed that moving forward, in the next 3 years, Senator Enoch Wambua, we are going to 500 billion mark. We agreed with the National Assembly Committee that there are so much money left at the national level. We agreed that next time they will be able to unbundle all the devolved functions in water, in agriculture, in health, so that more money can go to the counties. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, because this is a fund matter, I want to appreciate the members of the committee for their dedication to ensure the assigned task was completed in a timely manner. And I want to thank the following members who I arranged in the mediation committee. Number 1, Senator Dr. Mboni Karwale, CBS MP. 2, Senator Fatuma Nduro, CBS MP. 3, Senator Moses Kajwang, MP. 4, Senator Agnes Mudhama, MP. 5, Senator Jackson Mandago, MP. 7, Senator Endege Cherwo Kech, MP. 8, Senator Mohamed Mwinyihaji Faki, CBS MP. Further, I recommend the Secretary to assign to the mediation committee for the facilitation provided to the committee in discharging its mandate. Mr. Speaker, because Senate, actually the committee that decides on you to be decorated, because out of all these members, the 9 members, 1, 2, 3, 4 are decorated in the CBS, Another one, Jackson Manda, Senator, NGH, Kaduri Murunge, MGH. So I recommend, and one of the officers who sits in that committee was here, and don't know he has gone, that also Senator Moses Kajwang be given a mentor for this wonderful job. Senator Agnes Mudama, you also deserve a mentor. Senator Mohamed Chute from Malsabit. Senator Andy Okech, you also need, even though maybe you also need that mentor. Simply because I think I saw that maybe you have some time, a bit of time to do the mediation, but I pray that also you get that mentor, Senator Andy Okech. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I really want to also thank you for giving us this opportunity, because this committee, actually, Kenyans are happy. Kenyans are happy because we have increased money to the counties. What I only will ask the governors, let them do the honorable thing to take care of the 400 billion. And our two committees, CPIC and CPAC, make sure you are up to date from next financial year. You are up to date so that you can be able to oversight the governors who are in office. Come up with a formula that will make you be able to audit 2024, 2023, 2024, and then you come again by next year. When the Auditor General brings the report, you also audit now this 400 billion. We want to see how this money will be spent. So, and Senate, because we are the defenders of devolution, we will be able to use, I am not sure whether now we have the oversight fund or what we will use to make sure that we have these 400 billion. It is unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, that we can give 400 billion to the counties and then we don't match money to do oversight of these 400 billion. We can give them as much money as they want, but then we also need money for oversight so that this money can go to the right, to the right choices. I'm not campaigning for oversight fund, but these people need to be oversighted. We need to move. This afternoon, we met as liaison committee. Committees of the Senate are starved of resources to do oversight. And we are trying to look for funds where we get money, maybe in contingency, which is meant for handle committees and mediation committees. So another point that I will ask both the leadership of this House, both the majority and minority side, to make sure that in this budget, we have resources for the committees. Actually, committee work is almost stalling because of lack of resources. So with these many remarks, I want to ask my brother, Senator Dr. Mboni Karware, to second this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me to congratulate the mover of the motion and remind him that because he has taken this chance to recommend various accolades for distinguished members in this House, he should also remember that I deserve a bigger medal than CBS. I cannot be at the same level like my sister Agnes Kavindu. For the obvious reasons. Mr. Speaker, I therefore rise to second this very important motion on a day when, Mr. Speaker, I think the whole country is happy. Kenya is happy because if there is one area, Mr. Speaker, where all Kenyans are in agreement, is that the real measure, the real indicator of the new constitution was the principle of devolution. Mr. Speaker, according to our national anthem, we are supposed to build this country together. And as we build the country together, Mr. Speaker, our national anthem envisages shared glory. Mr. Speaker, I have seen 20 budgets in my life as a parliamentarian in this country. And in all these 20 budgets, there is skewed allocation of development funds. The country never moves together. It is only through devolution that we see an attempt for the country to move together. I'm happy that the National Assembly, for the first time, led by the leader of the minority, Apio and I, stood with this Senate when the figure of 415 went to that House. And also during our mediation, several members of the National Assembly also stood with this Senate. The country is now coming of age. People are starting to appreciate the role of devolution. Mr. Speaker, in 2013, when we were debating from the garage at KICC, Mr. Speaker, at that time, you are a young lawyer. You had just won your seat as the governor of Kilifi.
Senator Boni.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
What is the point of order before I address the senator?
Mr. Speaker, is it in order for Senator Boni Alwale to want to bargain for whatever he's asking for and saying that we are not in the same level, is quoting me, is quoting you, and yet we are in the same level in the Senate working together?
Senator Boni, just stick to seconding this motion.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
just proceed to second the motion.
Mr. Speaker, there's something called stagecraft.
Just proceed to second the motion, Senator
Yes,
Boni.
which is exactly what I'm doing.
Please take my advice, because you may need it in the next few minutes.
Thank you. You know, this is a very unique motion, Mr. Speaker. If the Speaker was to be offended and he was to throw me out, you would create a serious crisis in the country, because then this motion would collapse. So today, I'm going to, I'm going to enjoy my space. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was saying that in 2013, honorable members, shareable fund revenue was only 210 billion shillings. 5 years later, it came to 302 billion shillings. And 5 years subsequently, it came to 370. Last year, you'll remember, Mr. Speaker, it grew up to 385.4 billion. And Senator Osotsi and Senator Sifuna, Mr. Speaker, I want to report them to this House. They have never missed a chance in Luyaland to go at my throat and say that I did not want more money to be brought. Mr. Speaker, I would have wanted more money to be brought last year, but last year was unique. We are all men and women of this country. We were coming out of the post-corona recession. Mr. Speaker, we had the problem of war and conflict in Ukraine. And Mr. Speaker, the so-called the handshake government had mismanaged the national treasury. But now that, Mr. Speaker, things have come back to normal. The things have now come to normal, Mr. Speaker. You can see not only the two sides of this House, but even the two houses of Parliament are united in the need for us to take more money to counties. Mr. Speaker, I therefore want to use this opportunity to congratulate you, congratulate Speaker Wetangula and the members of your houses for this great industry. Which brings me to my third point. My third point is that the Bible teaches us that to those whom more is given, more is expected. We have given the governors more money. And in the same bill of division, we have given the president more money. We would like the governors, 47 of them, to humble themselves. This is not their money, and open themselves up and submit themselves to oversight. Similarly, I want to appeal to the National Assembly, because we also left a fortune for the national government, to also step up their game. They should not be seen even for one day to be an appendage of the executive. The National Assembly must oversight the national executive. And for this to be possible, Mr. Speaker, there's been a bit of talk, tussle, and confusion over the oversight fund. This is the time for us to make sure that we not only operationalize the oversight fund, but we also address the concerns by the nominated members of parliament. What is due to them, it be unlocked, Mr. Speaker, or President. It be unlocked, Mr. Speaker, so that our nominated members of this House can also play their constitutional role of oversight. I would like nominated members of this House to also be innovative. You should go and think on the structure of oversight that you want to conduct. When you ask the senator of Nandi, you ask the senator of Meru, what he wants to do in his oversight is very easy. Order. You learn how to debate. Mr. Speaker.
Senator Boni, if you need any protection, seek it from the chair.
Mr. Chairman, sir, I beg you to protect me from the young senator from Nyandarua.
Senator from Nyandarua, you don't shout at a member who is contributing. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was saying this need for nominated senators, this confusion over the oversight fund should end. As we support the fact that this money should be given to nominated senators, I would like you to be innovative. The elected senators know.
Senator Gloria, if you need to catch the speaker's eye, you don't shout. I do not have your name indicated here for intervention. Continue pressing until I see you on my dashboard. Proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm emphasizing the fact that the elected senators know where they are going to focus during oversight. It's important that nominated senators, you also tell us exactly how you want to tailor your oversight. Probably you want to tailor your oversight on issues of the disabled, on issues of the women.
Senator Boni, there is a point of information from Senator Gloria. Would you wish to be informed by the Honorable Senator?
Mr. Speaker, because she's very knowledgeable, I want to plead with you, she be given a chance to speak after me so that she informs me during her time.
What is the point of order, Senator Eddie Okech?
Mr. Speaker, I'm raising a point of order to restricting debates. Mr. Speaker, unless I did not hear the motion that was moved here, Mr. Speaker, the wonderful senator of Meru, a serious member of the Jurinjeke community, got up here and gave us a very wonderful report on the mediation that was done yesterday and through that we have worked hard for, which the senator for Kakamega was a member. He has been asked to second that motion. Mr. Speaker, where is the issue of oversight fund coming from in this motion, Mr. Speaker? We have got a lot of things to discuss to be able to enhance that functional element of vertical sharing of revenue, Mr. Speaker, that I thought that the government whip in the Senate would understand how important this airtime is to dispense on that issue. Can you help, Mr. Speaker, that you restrict him to be able to focus on the motion at hand and not put things that are not in this particular motion, Mr. Speaker? They are not relevant at all. This is not relevant to us. We can discuss it. It's important for some other time, but this motion is equally important. You should not buy time from it so that you discuss the other things that you've got with the women senators in the House. You can discuss those later. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Eddy, I waited to hear under what standing order you're raising a point of order. And having failed to cite the particular standing order, your point of order stands as a nullity. However, the senator for the senator for Kakamega, the rule of relevance is a rule that you're very much aware. And therefore, as you second this motion, abide by that rule. Proceed and conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if the people of Migori will hear and record that the senator of Migori doesn't know the role of oversight on the money that we are taking to Migori, he'll be lucky if after 5 years they'll still be having confidence in him. Mr. Speaker, as we go to oversight, these billions of shillings that we are taking to counties, let us be serious. Because today, in a number of counties, governors have created an unlawful, unconstitutional office for their wives, which they call the office of the First Lady. I challenge members of this House and encourage you to go and read the advisory opinion by the respected former Attorney General, Professor Kidu Migai, when he was asked to give his opinion on the relevance of the office of the First Lady of the President. If you read it, then you will understand why this Senate should never allow a budget for these offices of the First Lady, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we speak today, there's so much wastage going on across our 47 counties, and I want to end by referring our 47 governors to a young boy, a boy who doesn't have university education, a boy who joined the army in Burkina Faso, Captain Ibrahim Traoré. Captain Ibrahim Traoré, I don't support the unconstitutional means he used to change government, but he has taken the presidency of Burkina Faso, and instead of changing his cars, he has used that budget to buy tractors so that he can open up the agricultural sector of Burkina Faso. This aggrandizement that we are seeing governors involved in, if you see the kind of vehicles that fly around our counties, if only they could be patriotic, like His Excellency Captain Ibrahim Traoré, our counties would truly open up their agricultural potential. I support. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I second.
Honorable Senators, I now proceed to propose the question, which is that the Senate adopt the report of the Mediation Committee on the Division Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bills number 14 of 2024, laid on the table of the Senate on Wednesday, the 29th of May, 2024, and that pursuant to Article 113.2 of the Constitution and Standing Order 167.3 of the Senate, approve the mediated version of the bill. Yes, ML.
Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 111.1 to seek that we limit debate on this motion to 3 minutes and a maximum of 10 senators, 5 from each side.
Now, honorable senators, there are two options we can use to arrive to a consensus. We may debate this motion because that's a motion that has to go through the normal procedure of a motion before plenary, or we can strike a consensus and avoid the kind of time wasted on debating this motion. Should we therefore adopt the 3 minutes as proposed by the majority leader?
Yes. 3 is enough.
3 is okay.
You're debating a mediated report.
I mean, you are a member of the committee.
Honorable Senator, it's a matter we should agree. I don't need to take half an hour. Yes, Senator, let me seek some wisdom from one or two of our seniors. Proceed, Senator Enoch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, through you, I just want to appeal to members.
Just to note,
yes.
we are not debating the
yes,
motion,
yes,
we
you're
are
not
just finding a consensus.
Sure, that's true. That members should remember that this is not a debate of the division of revenue bill. We already debated and we already passed it. We are just approving the mediated version of the bill. So there will be no need to debate this bill again. 3 minutes should be enough. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Could I seek the wisdom of Captain Robert on this matter?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Since we had debated division of revenue at length and members...
Senator Robert, just give me a minute. What is your issue?
My motion was in 2 parts. It was 3 minutes and a maximum of 10 senators.
Let's deal, we're dealing with the first link.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since we debated division of revenue and every member had enough time to contribute, I agree with you that 3 minutes should be more than enough for us to be able to complete. Thank you.
So, honorable members, do we then go with 3 minutes? Thank you. Thank you so much. Now we are moving to the second limb with 10 senators drawn, 5 drawn from each side.
That's good.
Approved?
That's fine.
Wonderful. So I will ask the majority leader and the minority leader to forward the list because I cannot go by this dashboard. So, Senator Wambua, you can go first.
Okay.
As the minority leader, forward the list to me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, is this the way that this list is going to be drawn? So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the team, really, for arriving at a figure that is agreeable.
Order, honorable senators. May Senator Wambua be heard in silence, please. Proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that I want to congratulate the team for doing a good job. But I also want to challenge members that going forward, so that we avoid these mediations on this bill, one of the things that we should do immediately come back from recess is to push forward the agenda of unbundling devolved functions. Once these functions, Mr. Speaker, are costed, and we know how much it's going to cost to roll out these devolved functions in our counties, it will become a lot more easier to use an empirical formula to arrive at a division of revenue. Mr. Speaker, I also want to take this opportunity to sound a warning to our governors, whatever they are, there are 47 of them, that it takes time, it takes resources, it takes intellect to push these amounts of money to the counties. When we come to do oversight on these funds, We do not want to hear governors crying that there is a witch hunt or they are being targeted for whatever reason. That the same house that has approved this amount of money to go to the counties, then we should have really the space to carry out proper and objective oversight on these funds. The Speaker, with those remarks, I support.
Senator Mundigi.
Asante Bwana Spika, yangu ni kuunga mkono kwa ile timu tulichagua iende ikatutetee. Tumeona walienda wakafanya kazi nzuri, ingawa hizo pesa haijatosha, lakini wakati huu tumekubali. Yangu ni kuomba akaunti 47 magavana waweze kufanya kazi ile inafaa. Kwa hivyo naunga mkono ile kazi watafanya, itatusaidia. Na kitu kingine ningetaka kukosoa ni MPs kutoka leo wanjue kazi ya kuangalia vile governor wanafanya kazi ni kazi ya maseneta, sio kazi ya MPs. Hiyo ingine ni kuunga mkono pia serikali iweze kutupa nguvu ya kupata pesa ambazo tutaweza kuangalia vile ukatuzi inafanya kazi masinani. Kwa hiyo Bwana Spika, naunga mkono, na wakati mwingine tunataka tuongezewe pesa iwe nyingi ndio ukatuzi iweze kuonekana katika masinani, kwa sababu tunajua mambo ya maji, mambo ya afya, mambo ya elimu na mambo ya kilimo ivai vile inafaa, kwa sababu tunajua hizo pesa pia inataka tuanjiri ambaye wale watu wataangalia mambo ya kilimo. Asante Bwana Spika, mimi naunga mkono na ni asante kwa wale watu walitutetea. Asante.
Senator Osotsi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to also make my views on the mediated version of the Division of Revenue Bill. I want to start by congratulating the team that went to the mediation committee with the National Assembly for the good work they have done, at least to argue for 400 billion
Senator
shillings.
Osotsi, would you wish to be informed by Senator Abbas?
Yes, he's my neighbor, he can inform me.
I'm not informing you, I'm informing the Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Just take your seat, you're totally out of order.
No, okay.
Proceed.
No, sorry.
Proceed.
Honorable Speaker, I want to inform the House.
Speaker, you may approach the seat.
I want to inform the House.
Well, we don't have those rules. Proceed, Senator Osotsi. Senator Bass, if you have anything to share, you may approach the chair. The chair is very friendly, you know that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I started by congratulating the team for agreeing on 400 billion shillings, which really translates to an extra 15 billion shillings, because last year we passed 385 billion, and now we can say this Senate, since it came in this House, we have so far passed an additional 30 billion shillings to our county. So that is a huge amount of money that if you did simple arithmetic among the 47 counties, then it means each county, since we came here, has gotten 638 million shillings, which is a lot of money. Mr. Speaker, I also want to agree with the argument within the committee that we will now push this to 500 billion shillings. I hope that happens, because when we get in there, we shall now start having this tussle. Mr. Speaker, if you do simple arithmetic on the 3.9 trillion shillings that the national government wants to put in the budget, that comes to 585 billion shillings, which is 185 billion shillings more than what we are approving today. So we look forward to this money going to our counties and being used very well to provide services and development to our people. But Mr. Speaker, even as we pass this money, we must also deal with the problem of late disbursement of funds to our counties, which is choking our counties, Mr. Speaker. If we have a 3-4 months delay, it really affects the planning in our counties
and also exposes this money to corruption and to other challenges in the county. So I would wish the committees involved, like the committee led by my neighbor there, Senator Bass, and Finance, to look into this problem of delayed disbursement of funds. It would be a nice thing that we pass this money, and we also say 50% of this money should immediately go to the counties, and then the remaining balance to be dispersed monthly. That will make sense in most of our counties, but as the situation is, Mr. Speaker, when you have money delayed in our counties, you have more problems created, and you have this money being misappropriated because of the challenges that come with the delay. Mr. Speaker, I support the report. And
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Knowing that I'm the chair of the devolution, thank you for your consideration. Honorable Speaker, first and foremost, I want to support and commend our mediation committee. I think even our counterparts in the National Assembly have actually seen that we can stand on our own and we can move things on. Honorable Speaker, actually, as we increase the money to 400 billion, what is happening in the county is very unfortunate. Honorable Speaker, yesterday we were with the COP, considering some of the accounts in Garissa, and we were shocked to listen to hear that one county has 300 accounts, commercial accounts. 300, only one county. So you wonder, where is all these accounts going to, what kind of money are they using to open all these accounts? So I think it's the owners of this house, and it's our responsibility that we can fight for the counties, but we must also fight to oversee the counties so that this money can be used appropriately. As it is, there's a lot of seepage, there's a lot of misuse, there's no priorities. So I think I'll request my colleagues that this time around we must be serious. One other thing, Honorable Speaker, there's so many pending bills, and these pending bills come because of changing times of the assumption of offices. The treasury guys and the former governor, there is no accountability. Money is actually stolen right and wrong because they don't care whether money is paid or not because they're living in the offices. So I think we need also to come with I'll come with a bill to at least to safeguard the resources of the counties at times of assumption of offices. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Senator Eddy.
Mr. Speaker, within those 3 minutes, I just wanted to say thank you to the House for sending us to this mediation committee. And Mr. Speaker, we had a very bad experience yesterday. I'm never in the habit of disrespecting the Speaker and the chair there, Mr. Speaker. But we had a situation whereby one member got up and disparaged the committee that actually worked very hard to mediate for this, and even indicated to the public that we as senators had failed to fight for what he thinks that was okay to the counties. I want to actually emphasize that this committee worked very hard to actually move. That was Senator Cherargei. And it's unanswered. I'll bring that complaint officially to you, Mr. Speaker. It put me in a very bad situation with the Speaker at that time, Speaker Hilary Sigei. And I want to say that I'm sorry if he felt like I disrespected him, because I really honor your chair, Mr. Speaker. But I want to say that when we send mediation committees, members to mediation committees, it's a lot of work, and they need to be appreciated, because the Council of Governors had actually given up at 391 billion. For these members to go and push until we got to 400 billion, they did an excellent job, Mr. Speaker. This is what I wanted to clarify, that we worked hard, we got to 400 billion mark, and we added counties more than 15 billion, Mr. Speaker. And I want to advise those who will go to this mediation in the future that actually the law does advise and support you that if we did not get to a point where we could have agreed, this country could have gone to a shutdown. Because advisory opinion of the Supreme Court, number 3 of 2019, does say that there is no way the National Assembly can proceed to go to appropriation or even finance bill without us passing this particular DORA bill. So whenever you go to mediation, feel armed that actually the law supports you, that they cannot force our hands to what the law doesn't support. So next time anybody goes to the mediation bill, we should be armed with the instruments of the law. We did very well, and I support members that those functions that need to be enhanced to make sure that money goes to counties are what we need to fight on going forward, because counties do not have opportunity to borrow money like the national government should they get stuck with the budgeting that we did. We must support that all monies must go to county. And Mr. Speaker, the last thing that I wanted to say just in 1 second, because it's important, Mr. Speaker, that's 30 seconds.
You have a minute.
Yes, just in 1 second, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to say that the next fight that we must do is that the National Assembly is very slow in terms of auditing financial reports.
Your time is up, Senator. Senator Veronica.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. First of all, is to commend the team, the mediation team that has done this mediation, Honorable Speaker. One of the things that we can now clearly state to the National Assembly and to the Senate is that bills that require mediation can be mediated in very few days and solutions can be found. It's just the goodwill that is required between the two entities of Parliament to be able to ensure that all mediations are not failing, Honorable Speaker. And when we look at the Division of Revenue Bill, Honorable Speaker, this is one bill that I would call it's technical, but it's also very procedural because it's a bill that needs to be discussed now and again and during every financial year. So, Mr. Speaker, the trend that has been set now by this mediation team speaks to the fact that we should not be having hiccups or we should not be having any roadblocks towards mediation and settlement of issues that are just obvious and issues that should be resolved. I know Senate was pushing for 415 billion, Honorable Speaker, and we have seen that at least we have an additional 15 billion to the projected estimate of 391 billion shillings that the National Assembly had projected in the Division of Revenue Bill. So the revised version shows that actually more resources can be committed to the counties. It also shows that Senate is very dedicated and committed to ensuring that devolution succeeds, Honorable Speaker, and that counties are having more resources. We have seen the exposure counties have gone through during emergency, during the flooding, during the situations that have occurred, emergency situations that have occurred in the nation. And it's clear, Honorable Speaker, that more resources should now be sent towards the county, an affirmation to devolution, affirmation to transformation of the lives of the people, so that, Honorable Speaker, Kenyans can come to a point of appreciating that devolution was intended to improve the lives of the people. I want to say it's a very good thing that the mediation team has done. They should share their notes with any other mediation team because, Honorable Speaker, you know there are many bills on your desk between your office and the National Assembly which you require this mediation. And the delay and the clogging that has happened, especially when Senate bills are sent to National Assembly, it means now that should be unclogged, Honorable Speaker. So put in more mediation teams. Those bills that have not been agreed upon, let's confidently put mediation teams, give them timelines.
Senator Ogola.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the mediation committee's report and to congratulate them from the word go. Honorable Speaker, the committee has made the Senate proud because that is a major function of the Senate. Honorable Speaker, there are two levels of government as spelled out, and there would be no reason why the counties would not be granted the required amount of monies to perform their duties. Honorable Speaker, I was not initially very happy about the figure of 400 billion. I intended to we go as a Senate with the 415 billion that was initially proposed in this House. And Honorable Speaker, it is because of the functions that the counties perform. In deciding which functions the counties were going to perform, Kenyans were very clear that they wanted key functions like health, water, lands, agriculture, and Honorable Speaker, to perform some of these functions to the expectations of our people require money. Honorable Speaker, just the other day, this country, we had serious issues of floods. And everywhere else, we saw all Kenyans asking for what governors were doing. So, Honorable Speaker, I support this, the negotiated amount, and we are only asking that more funds be channeled to counties in the future. Honorable Speaker, there's a lot of duplication of function. Take the function of health, Honorable Speaker. The primary health care is still, some of this primary health care function is still being held by the Ministry of Health at the headquarters. And yet, this is primarily a function of county governments. If these funds that they are holding for primary health care activities are taken down, then, Honorable Speaker, we'll be getting more money to the counties. Honorable Speaker, look at the function of agriculture. We are here every day struggling about lack of extension officers at the counties because that would boost the production of food. And it would be a benefit to our people because there'll be more food production and there'll be more food at the counties. Honorable Speaker, I support the mediation committee, the figure that they've been able to achieve. Honorable Speaker, I support. Thank you.
Senator Wakoli.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependa nichukue muda mfupi sana, dakika 2 hivi na moja itakayobaki ni mzawadi Senator Governor Mandago aweze vile vile kutaja yake. Kwa kifupi Mheshimiwa Spika, bilioni 400 Mheshimiwa Spika si pesa kidogo. Mara nyingi tunapouliza maswali magavana wengine upandwa na hasira na jazba na kupinga maseneta kufuatilia jinsi fedha hizi zinafanya kazi. Mheshimiwa Spika, lazima wajue na wanatusikiza sasa na watu katika kaunti tunazotoka kwamba Biblia inasema iwapo umepewa vingi lazima wajibikaji uwe wa hali ya juu, na sisi sasa tunajitolea kutoka sasa kimuhanga kuhakikisha kwamba wanaajibika kwa fedha tunazoleta. Lazima Mheshimiwa Spika, mabilioni haya yapewe vijana wetu kazi, walemavu na wanawake kazi, na iweze kuonekana katika vitabu vya hesabu. Mheshimiwa Spika, pesa tunaleta, lazima wanakandarasi, wanabiashara walipwe pesa zao kwa wakati unaostahili. Madeni ambayo tunayaona kila uchao Mheshimiwa Spika, lazima yalipwe ili kaunti zetu ziweze kuonekana zinafanya kazi kwa mujibu wa katiba. Mheshimiwa Spika, juzi tumeona katika uchambuzi wa mdhibiti wa bajeti akisema kwamba baadhi ya magavana wana accounts katika benki zisizostajika, zisizoeleweka na hazijulikani zinafanya nini. Lazima waweze kuwajibika. Mheshimiwa Spika, asante na mkaribisha Mheshimiwa Mandago dakika moja uweze kutaja maneno kwa wananchi wa Kenya. Karibu.
That 1 minute is almost gone. Okay.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I just wanted to agree with what Senator Eddie has said. As members of the mediation team, it is not that we as senators would not want to have as much resources going to counties, but we must be reasonable to the performance of the economy and the current state. But let me also say, Honorable Speaker, that because of the current situation where we have governors in particular counties who have refused to even honor summons to Senate, like the governor for Isiolo, Honorable Speaker, where we have no single mortuary in the entire county, and the people of Isiolo are suffering going to Meru and other neighboring counties. Honorable Speaker, I think some of these funds in future, even as we as Senate fight to have resources increased to go to counties, we may consider channeling those funds through conditional allocation so that it can go to specific programs that can be felt by the public and that can uplift the economies of our counties. Finally, Honorable Speaker, let me say that it is imperative upon governors to ensure that they pay pending bills, verified pending bills that are in their counties. Governments are perpetual, and they cannot purport that since they were not there during that period, they cannot
Senator
pay. Thank you,
Mandago,
Honorable Speaker.
Your minute is over. Senator Ledama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me begin by appreciating the work done by our colleagues. Although I do not support the report, I appreciate the work that they did. Mr. Speaker, I do not support this mediation report for the following reasons. Giving excuses that county governors are not using the money appropriately is not enough for the role that we play. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the 9 billion that we fought for, that eventually these county governments are going to be getting, that is peanuts, because the national government is notorious for coming up with projects that they want county governments to be able to fund. The projects are like these industrial parks, projects like community health workers, where the president just goes and tells governors, we will pay 50%, you need to come and pay 50%. Mr. Speaker, I completely disagree with the committee for having settled for an extra 9 billion. Mr. Speaker, when you give reasons and you say that county governments, the amount which is going to county governments is about 24%, that is very, very misleading, because the current accounts that we're looking at are accounts for 2020-2021. So absolutely, there's no way you can be able to argue that more money is going to counties. Mr. Speaker, if you look at all this IPPD, this payment system, they adjust automatically to inflation. Why is it that county government, the money that we send to county government, do not adjust automatically to inflation? So, Mr. Speaker, I think we need to be firmer. We need to be able to do what brought us here, which is to fight for more monies to be able to go to county governments. Mr. Speaker, we should not be in a rush to pass this because of Appropriations Act. I think it's about time that we study the decision by the Supreme Court and define different Appropriations Act. If you go to the United States, there are 12 Appropriations Act. There are those which are mandatory, that when Congress is unable to agree, there are those that must pass for certain services to proceed. Finally, Mr. Speaker, sir, because of time, the committee, and I want to thank Senator Eddy for having developed a formula of what is discretional and non-discretional. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the housing levy, you know, that is non-discretional. If you look at the NSSF security fund, that is non-discretional. The only discretional funds which are being denied to 29 counties are the county aggregation industrial park. What are we going to tell those counties? You come out and say that the policy is to be able to develop industrial parks across the country, and you deny 29 counties that money? Come on.
Your time is over, Honorable Senator. Senator Chute.
Asante sana, Mheshimiwa Spika. Wacha nichukue nafasi hii nishukuru komiti ambaye mimi pia nilikuwako kwa kufanya kazi mzuri sana. Mheshimiwa Spika, tulichukua nafasi masaa nyingi sana kukubaliana na upande hiyo ngine ya Parliament ya National Assembly kuhakikisha counties inapata pesa inahitajika. Mheshimiwa Spika, tulikuwa na bilioni 385 miaka iliyopita. Sisi kama komiti tumekaa masaa nyingi sana na tukakuja kukubaliana kwa pesa ambayo serikali pia inaweza kusaidia na counties, na tukakubaliana bilioni 400.1. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni mzuri watu ambayo counties wajue Senate wana support ugatuzi. Tunataka Senate, county ipate pesa ambayo inahitajika ili maendeleo ifanyike. Nikisema hayo, Mheshimiwa Spika, shida tuko nayo, counties zingine inakuwa na shida ya kutumia pesa vile inavyotakikana. Mheshimiwa Spika, counties zingine development iko katika % 6, ingine iko % 10. Mheshimiwa Spika, vile Senate inatafuta hiyo pesa, tungependa sana counties ichunge pesa na development isikuwe chini ya 30%. Mheshimiwa Spika, county kama Marsabit, Mheshimiwa Spika, tuko na shida kubwa sana. Pesa inafujwa, pesa inaibiwa, pesa inakuliwa. Senator akiuliza kuna shida katika county hiyo, governor anatuma watu kwa radio kwenda kusema kabila yake inakuwa targeted. Mheshimiwa Spika, shida ile kubwa tuko nayo counties ya Northern Kenya. Nilikuwa nasema county ya Waislamu, Senator Abbas akaniambia usiseme Senator ya Waislamu. Wacha niseme counties kutoka Northern Kenya. Wanaharibu, wanakula pesa na wanaumiza raia ambaye wangestahili kupata huduma katika hizo county. Mheshimiwa Spika, ningetaka Mheshimiwa Kindiki achunguze mambo inaendelea ndani ya Marsabit. Governor ya Marsabit anatuma wazee kwa radio. Wazee wanaenda wanasema kabila fulani wanakuwa targeted. Mheshimiwa Spika, hata unashangaa, si tunakaa masaa nyingi sana kutafuta pesa, counties wapate pesa. Pesa ikifika counties, wanakaa wanagawana kama family. Family hiyo, family hiyo, rafiki yangu hiyo. Tafuta hiyo pesa.
Your time is up, Senator Chute. Well, Senator Lominen has no power to help you in this regard. So, may the mover proceed to reply. Yes, the minority leader counseled later.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I really want to thank the senators who have contributed to this motion. And Mr. Speaker, since we have some business to transact, I really beg to reply. Thank you. Honorable Speaker, is it possible? They are asking me to continue talking. Is it possible?
No. You have already moved. Kindly take your seat. We're moving forward. All right? Now, Sergeant at Arms, kindly ring the division bell for 5 minutes.
division bill is currently on at the Senate this afternoon. And this division bill has been occasioned by the fact that the House has concluded the debate on the report of the Mediation Committee on the division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bills number 14 of the year 2024. And at this particular juncture, upon the conclusion of the division bill, the House will be considering the Houses of Parliament Bicameral Relations Bill, Senate Bills number 44 of the year 2023, as well as the Gambling Control Bill, National Assembly Bills number 70 of the year 2023. The debates on these two bills is already concluded upon, and what remains is for a vote to be taken by the House in regards to these particular bills. The Gambling Control Bill, National Assembly Bills number 70 of the year 2023 is a bill that seeks to regulate the betting industry in the country. The bill proposes establishment of a regulatory authority to regulate gambling, as well as issue fresh licenses to betting entities in the country, as well as making sure that those who partake into the betting activities are people of age, that being 18 years and above. And according to the lawmakers, the regulation of the gambling industry will, so to speak, deal with cases of mental health in the country, owing to the mere fact that when gamblers lose, some of them do not know how to take the losses positively, and that has led to cases of increase in mental health in the country, as well as cases of suicide, especially among the youth. The other bill for division this afternoon is the Houses of Parliament Bicameral Relations National Assembly Bills number 44 of the year 2023. In the chamber this afternoon, the clerks are busy making sure that the House is properly curated, or in better terms, to ensure that the House has the numbers to undertake this particular vote this afternoon. And we will be waiting for that directive from the chair, or better, the speaker, this afternoon. Where we'll be handing you over for that vote to see how members of the Senate will be voting this afternoon in regards to these particular bills. The Houses of Parliament is a bill that seeks to guide the houses under the bicameral parliament in regards to the powers of each house, as well as the functions. of the National Assembly as well as the Senate. The Houses of Parliament bicameral bill, Bill number 44 of the year 2023, is a bill that seeks to give effect to the procedures relating to matters of bicameral nature between the Houses of Parliament, that being the National Assembly as well as the Senate, as contemplated in Chapter 8 of the Constitution of Kenya. A deeper look at the Houses of Parliament Bicameral Relations Bill, National Assembly Bills number 44 of the year 2023. This particular bill seeks to give effect to Article 109, 110. Allow me to hand you over back to the chamber this afternoon.
Resume your seat, please. Honorable Senators, I put the question that the Senate adopts the reports of the Mediation Committee on the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bills number 14 of 2024, laid on the table of Senate on Wednesday, 29th May 2024, and that pursuant to Article 113.2 of the Constitution and Standing Orders 167.3 of Senate, approves the mediated version of the bill. We will vote electronically. Eddie, you can have you, Senator Eddie. Sergeant at Arms, check any card that is not attended to. Senators, withdraw your card and log back in. Log out and log back in. Majority Leader, log out. Sergeant at Arms, can you take out all the unattended cards? Honorable Senators, we are proceeding to vote. Please proceed to vote. Senators, have you voted? Senator Asige, I'm advised that you are voting for Mombasa delegation. They will bring to you a manual vote. Homa Bay is voting by delegation. Okay. Mandera, Senator Mariam, can you approach the clerks? Have you voted? Yes, Senator Asige, you'll be assisted. Just be patient. The clerk will assist you. Honorable Senators, resume your seats. Honorable Senators, the results of the division are out. Abstentions. Order. Senator Romenen, you are out of order. Can you resume your seat? Resume your seat. Resume your seat. Honorable Senators, these are the results of the division. Abstention 0, nay 0, ayes 32. The ayes have it. For the convenience of the House, we reorganize the order paper and request the clerk to call order number 15.
Order number 15, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 10 of 2024.
Can you draw the bar and open the doors, please?
Order number 15, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 10 of 2024. Second reading.
Senator Onyonka was to resume the debate. He had a balance of 7 minutes. He's not here. So I will call Senator Chiradige.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sorry for this opportunity. From the onset, I am saying that, Madam Speaker, the National Assembly's Bill number 10 of 2024, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Amendment Bill 2024, I will only support on the condition that we do amendments. This bill, I know, is part of the larger proposed bills by the NADCO, Madam Speaker, and it is unfortunate that it didn't come out as some of us expected. And you know, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, you know, if they had allowed me to present my Solomonic wisdom in the NADCO process, Madam Speaker, we would have a better version. But now that it lacks some wisdom, I want to inject it briefly. So the Solomonico-Italel wisdom, Madam Speaker, and say a few things. One is that we should not be reactive to issues of elections and electoral laws. We have amended electoral laws until we have lost, Madam Speaker. You know, when we were growing up, Madam Speaker, for some of us who are at the bottom, you would wear a short until you get at, you are behind, Madam Speaker, two things like looks that torches. And your parents will do something on it, will patch it up. Some of us who grew up in village primary school, that short would be patched up until you cannot get the color of the short that initially was. This is what we have done to the electoral laws in this country. We always do it with the convenience of what we believe should be right. Madam Speaker, we should also avoid, we have all this country at ransom, Madam Speaker. For example, the people of Banisa in Wajir County, Madam Speaker, have not had an elected member of parliament after the death of their MP up to today. Even in Tana River, Madam Speaker, an MCA, we have lost. Even, I think, in Kakamega, an MCA, we still have, Madam Speaker, a number of wards and constituencies that do not have elected leaders. And this, Madam Speaker, under the Constitution, it is under the Constitution, Madam Speaker, it is denying them the right to representation. Madam Speaker, can you protect me from the Senator of Nakuru who is giggling?
Senator Tabitha, can you just slow down the pace of that excitement?
Madam Speaker,
Senator Boni Halwale,
I
it
don't
is
know
in
what
the interest of Senate proceedings that you resume your seat. Go back to your official seat.
Madam Speaker,
Senator Boni Halwale.
Madam Speaker, if you listen how Senator of Nakuru is giggling and the history of Senator Boni Khalwale, you can imagine. And you know he has a track record of finding a special heart in women. So, Madam Speaker, let me start with the issue of audit under the introduction of clause number 24A. Madam Speaker, I agree because we have been doing this. Let us audit an election after an election. But audit with a view of improving, Madam Speaker. And it shall be published and the report be submitted to Parliament through the jailer committees that we have. I think this is very important so that we know. And I know there have been arguments, let us open the server, to Fungue server. Some we were told it is in France. Others we were told there is Jose Harmaco. I'm sick, so that we put those stories and others of Abunuas to an end, of servers in France or Jose Harmaco is in somewhere, Madam Speaker. I think let us audit, and when the Parliament has considered the report, Madam Speaker, let it be made public. And I think I agree with this, Madam Speaker. This is also in the spirit of IPPG agreement of 1997, where all participants would come to the same place, Madam Speaker. Number two, Madam Speaker, on the limitation of electoral units. Madam Speaker, you know there are over 40 constituencies that are called protected, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, over these 40 constituencies, my colleague mentioned a number of them. One of them is Amisi, another is in Bura. I think one is in Vihiga. I don't know whether it's Vihiga constituency, Bura, and Kalole. Madam Speaker, over 40 are protected constituencies, Madam Speaker. And it is across the country, from what we call populous regions to non-populous regions, Madam Speaker. And you know, according to a population quota, a constituency that is defined as protected did not meet a threshold of 164,015 population as per 2019 census. I know the census of 2019 many people do not agree with. But at the end of the day, I agree with my brother who said in the morning that the population determines a lot of issues. Apart from voting, it determines allocation of resources. You have had a conversation of the revenue formula, Madam Speaker. We have just concluded the mediation version of the bill that came, the mediation version, where, Madam Speaker, the Senate and the National Assembly are mediated on 400 billion as opposed to 415 billion. I don't know who gave them the permission because we had mediated for 415 billion, but that is a story we'll write in our books, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, on a lighter note, I saw COG saying they have negotiated. I don't know where governors are in negotiations and appropriation of budget, Madam Speaker. The same energy and magismo, Madam Speaker, the governors are saying they have negotiated for 400 billion plus. We are not seeing even where that money we are sending is going, Madam Speaker. We must see development. Because when you talk about electoral units, you talk about population. You are talking about votes. You are talking about resource allocation, Madam Speaker. And that is why, Madam Speaker, it is always a big problem that we want to do, Madam Speaker.
Senator Chiradi, would you wish to be informed
on
by
revenue
Senator
formula?
Methu
On revenue formula?
Nyandarua County, whatever it is that he wants to inform you
if it is about revenue formula, I would be cautiously seeking his information. But he can inform me.
Senator Methu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Just for the benefit of my Vice Chair, registrator that is very respected in this House, when he speaks about what governors have been saying, some governors or the Council of Governors was saying that they have negotiated. And so sadly then, we even saw some of them thank the National Assembly for being magnanimous in ensuring that they get more money. They should be arrived to the fact that the National Assembly had proposed and had passed that they get only 391. The only people who have proven that they are supporting and pushing more money to devolution is the Senate. It's not IBEC, it's not the National Assembly, it's not anybody else, it's not even the National Treasury. It is only the Senate that passed and fought and sought to have more money pushed to the counties, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Methu. Senator Chiradi.
Madam Speaker, as the Bible says, as Jesus Christ grew in stature and wisdom, I'm impressed and I'm always surprised with the wisdom of the young senator as he grows in this house, Madam Speaker. And I'm happy that the information he has given is very up to the point, Madam Speaker. So I wouldn't add anything because I find it useful and Solomonic. But what we are demanding, Madam Speaker, because we are discussing about population, let the value of money of you and me, we want when we go to Muranga, we see the value of the money that we gave to the governor and county government. Same to Nandi, same to Kitui. I know Kitui, the senator has been really struggling to ensure the people of Canton Zweni, Kitui, all those places, Madam Speaker, get value for the money that they get, Madam Speaker, and we wish him well in his quest to become the governor, and I'm happy he's in good books with his party leader. Madam Speaker, number two, the issue, another challenge, what I see with this bill, is where National Assembly has become selfish. Everything they wanted to do, they have just indicated National Assembly. The issue of electoral units, wards, are in counties. Constituencies are in counties. So when they want to exclude the Senate, when they are doing these processes, Madam Speaker, it's very unfortunate. And in fact, they say, the new clause 24B, they have said, the National Assembly shall, within 14 days of tabling of the report, revise preliminary report, consider the report and forward its recommendation to the Commission. Where is the role of, under Article 93, Madam Speaker, Parliament has been defined as both the Senate and the National Assembly. So why would you be, and you know, I want to agree with Senator Medhu. It is the biggest threat to the progress of Parliament and the Republic of Kenya is National Assembly. Because if they are not undermining devolution, they want to dislegitimate the Senate. The other day, and governors must get this right, it is National Assembly who proposed 391 billion. It is Senate who said, let's give 415 billion. In fact, it is us who have pushed National Assembly and the mediated teams that went there to 400 billion, Madam Speaker. So when it comes also to legislation, they want to legislate the Senate out. But we are telling them that we are going nowhere. In fact, Madam Speaker, if today you are due census, there was a guy called Steadman, opinion poll, who used to put the party leader of my brother, Bishop Wambua, as the top. I don't know where that gentleman went. If you are to do Steadman opinion poll today, and to say, can you scrap National Assembly or the Senate? Kenyans will scrap National Assembly because they are continue to embarrass all of us in Parliament, Madam Speaker. And therefore, we cannot allow them to legislate us out of our work that we are elected under the Constitution, Madam Speaker. Number 4, Madam Speaker, on the issue of selection of panel. So, Madam Speaker, on the issue of protected constituencies, I expected the NADCO. And that is why I want to thank Senator Wambua, because at least he appeared before NADCO. Myself, I was denied to appear before NADCO, because I wanted to tell the NADCO to ensure the 40 constituencies, including ones in Vihiga County, must be protected. What happens if we pass the law? Where will the 40 constituencies go? I know Senator Mungatana has a protected constituency in these counties. I know in Northeastern, Madam Speaker. Where is the NADCO? And I wanted to be NADCO members in the House. Unfortunately, I can't see some of them. Where is the 40, who is the NADCO member? No, he was in the other one, before the real boys went in. Yeah, before the real boys went in. Madam Speaker, by partisan, Madam Speaker. The 40 protected constituencies in NADCO report, and you are a senior lawyer in this country. If we pass this bill, and that is why we must amend, what is the fate of 40 constituencies that have a right to be represented, Madam Speaker? People are crappling for more counties, like Kuria, Migori, they want a county. You go to Bungoma, they want a county. You go to Kitui, they want another county. If we are going to scrap all 40 protected constituencies, it will be fair, and we want to tell the NADCO, the people who did this report, that they did a lot of disservice to this country. And I don't fear to contradict myself, Madam Speaker. You know me very well. You know me, Madam Speaker. And you saw me over the weekend. You know me very well. Madam Speaker, the one on the selection panel, the one on commissioners, Number 5, we have now increased from 7 to 9 the selection panel, Madam Speaker. In this selection panel, I have seen that PSC, I agree with my brother Senator Utsosi in the morning about the PSC. Madam Speaker, we are being selfish because you are saying PSC itself does not even have capacity to run parliament. How can they be part of giving people to be part of selection panel, Madam Speaker? How can they be? They could not even defend our budget. Committees are almost collapsing, Madam Speaker. You are the chair of liaison, lamenting. How can parliament be the house of lamentations? The only lamentation we know is in the Bible. For us who are Christians, Madam Speaker, there is called a book of lamentation. Yani vitabu ya malilio. I don't know what do you say in Kiswahili, Madam Speaker. So, maombolesi, let me borrow with your indulgence, Madam Speaker. PSC itself cannot run parliament. How can they have the wisdom to give selection panel? We should allow politicians to do their job. Let us retain on the selection panel, Madam Speaker, be made, Madam Speaker, with this. For example, Madam Speaker, when you go to Bunge Towers, you wait for over 30 minutes to board a lift up to 25th floor. There is no network of your phone, Madam Speaker. Even the integrated security system is porous. If they cannot manage our security system within parliament and within even a lift, to manage a lift to go from ground floor to 25th floor where there is no network, what can you tell us, Madam Speaker? So this one, I don't know the wisdom, but I will bring an amendment so that the minority and majority parties, and also because you have sat in decision-making of a ruling political party, also these briefcase parties, they must be stopped. I agree they must be stopped, Madam Speaker. We have over 80 political parties. People are walking around with briefcase. And then when it comes to such serious matters, the parties that you have never known, sisi kwa sisi, wao kwa wao, yule kwa yule party, and they want to give the names, Madam Speaker. We must stop this, Madam Speaker. On the issue of ISPAC, Interreligious Council, I think it is very important, and I agree that it should have the face of Kenya, it should have gender parity, and I'm agreed that the current selection panel, Madam Speaker, should be given a chance. Because, Madam Speaker, if the current selection panel have not violated the law, the work that they have done, because they are using taxpayers' money, the current selection panel must be relooked at, Madam Speaker. On the issue of commission, I have seen it is 5, Madam Speaker, who will form a quorum. I have heard people saying Wafula Chebukati in the previous election was the only one making decisions. I don't believe so, Madam Speaker. I don't believe so, because us who are in Bomas, Wafula Chebukati, Madam Speaker, consulted with other commissioners. Cherera 4 behaved in bad faith, Madam Speaker. You cannot leave your workstation and go somewhere else and issue a press conference and say, Chair, even as we have chaired the committee, I'm happy there is the chair of CPIC here, seated here. When the decisions of a committee are made, it is the chair who communicates, Madam Speaker. So I don't want to see people blaming Wafula Chebukati. What we have agreed, and I've seen people saying, if the chairperson, Madam Speaker, in this bill, they have said if the chairperson of IEBC is missing, then it does not stop the business of the committee, of the commission. If somebody had kidnapped Wafula Chebukati, and this law was here, Madam Speaker, and we saw even in some of the interviews, Madam Speaker, what would have happened?
Senator Cherarige, Senator Utsosi would want to give you some information.
No information. Madam Speaker, no information. Please. My
It
time
has
is
been
spent,
declined.
Madam Speaker.
Continue, Senator
If Wafula Chebukati had been kidnapped, where will be the Kenya now? We cannot allow this amendment from Azimio cannot fly through our faces. We must amend, Madam Speaker. If the chair is not there, the commission should not function. Finally, on technology, Madam Speaker, we must use technology up to the level we have confidence in it. But with the fact, Madam Speaker,
what is your point of order, Senator Utsosi?
Madam Speaker, I rise on standing order number 105, statement of fact. Senator Cherarige has stated the Azimio amendment. When we know that this bill before us is a product of NADICO, that Azimio was just one of the parties. Is he in order?
Yes. Cherarige, The point of order is in respect on how that bill has been presented and who originated the bill. It originates from the work of NADCO. Do you want to respond to your assertion of the Azimio amendment?
No, Madam Speaker, I can respond to Senator Otsosi in a funeral somewhere in Western in this coming weekend after
Senator Chirarige, we are not in a
deliberations.
funeral in that place that you're imagining. Respond on the floor of this House.
Okay, Madam Speaker, well guided. What I'm saying, Azimio was part of it, so it's still part of the NADCO report. It is just saying Kenya Kwanza, Senator Onyonga said in the morning. So I'm just saying a fact that it already exists in the Standing Order 105. But I can still replace that NADCO/Azimio proposal because Kenyans are aware of the proposals that came from other factors. Madam Speaker, in conclusion on the aspect of technology, let us not overrate technology. I was in Brazil, Madam Speaker. Technology is always but we should be worried about hacking, Madam Speaker. And then number two, how many places have network in this country? Like Lokitang, somewhere, like in Namanga, Madam Speaker, is there a network? Like a place like Elwak, in Mandera, Marsabit, there, Madam Speaker, as their network. So let us be realistic that it can possible to use technology across the nation in terms of election. We should say, let us use hybrid, both manual and technology, Madam Speaker, so that we are fair. We don't want to, Madam Speaker, you know every Kenyan has a right to vote. It is a universal suffrage. But if you introduce obstacles like technology, we'll disfranchise many Kenyans not to vote, Madam Speaker. And therefore, on the use of technology, I'm proposing let us use an hybrid system. Where the technology applies, so be it. Where the manual applies, so be it, Madam Speaker, so that we protect the integrity of elections, Madam Speaker. But I hope this will be the last amendment on election laws. We have amended, Madam Speaker, these election laws until it has lost value, Madam Speaker. We don't know even the origin of the first law in 2011, after the promulgation of Constitution of 2010. Madam Speaker, I will only support this amendment with an amendment. But as it is, I reject. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Chirarige. Honorable Senators, before we proceed on to the next senator to contribute to this debate, I have a communication to make. Having reviewed the results of the division under Order 9 on the report of the Mediation Committee in the Division of Revenue Bill, National Bills number 14 of 2024, and due to technical system error, the results of the division was the ayes had 31, not 32, the nays 0, abstention 0, and this error we have checked and is being corrected under Standing Order 90, where if after an electronic or a roll call vote has been made, it's discovered that the number has been inaccurately reported or that an error has occurred in the names of the division list, that fact shall be reported to the Senate and the Speaker shall direct that the necessary corrections be made. That was brought to my attention by the clerk's desk, and I have directed that the necessary correction be made so that we have the accurate report. Thank you. Senator Oburu Oginga.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I don't want to be long on this. Mr. Speaker, first, I would like to thank you for giving me this opportunity. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to just make a few general statements on elections. Mr. Speaker, an electoral process has gone through a very long history in our country. Mr. Speaker, we used to have a system in this country where, Mr. Speaker, sir, Madam Speaker, where, Madam Speaker, the president was everything. President was the one who was budgeting for the Electoral Commission. The president is the one who was holding funds for them. Madam Speaker, the president
was the one choosing the chair of the Electoral Commission. Madam Chair, it was also the same president who was determining the calendar of elections. Madam Chair, those days were very, very dark days. And therefore, we used to have a one-party system, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, through that one-party system, it was very, very torturous to particularly members of parliament. And Madam Speaker, I will recall that there is one time when through that one-party system, and I was a councillor in those days, Madam Speaker, I was a councillor in Kisumu municipality, and there was a committee of KANU which was called a disciplinary committee. And that committee, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, was very, very ruthless. If you were charged for any offense of having offended the government or having done some mistake to some leaders or disagreeing with the leader, you would be called to appear before that commission, before that committee of disciplinary in the morning. And Madam Speaker, if you appeared before that committee in the morning and somehow after interviewing you, they found you to be guilty, they would declare a verdict of guilt on you. And if they did that, Madam Speaker, that matter would be taken to Parliament the same afternoon. And if it was brought to Parliament the same afternoon, Madam Chair, what would happen to you was that the Speaker would declare your seat vacant, because the verdict of that disciplinary committee would be that you have been expelled from KANU. And once you have been expelled from KANU, and KANU was the only party, therefore, Madam Speaker, you need not have any other chance to go to any other party to contest. That was your end. So people used to go before that disciplinary committee and kneel and try to plead so that they would be exonerated, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, because if you were declared guilty, that was almost like the end of your life. It was the end of everything that you had planned in your whole life, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I recall one very powerful minister from Western Kenya appeared and was almost crying before that disciplinary committee, Madam Chair, because if that happened, your seat is declared vacant, it is taken to the Electoral Commission. The Electoral Commission would then declare that seat vacant and announce the date for the elections. The date for the elections would be maybe in a month's time, and within 1 month, Madam Speaker, I can tell you, there would be another member of parliament here, because KANU would only nominate one candidate for that seat, because KANU had discretion to nominate more than one candidate for one seat. But if they decided to nominate only one candidate, that one candidate will present his papers on the appointed date, and the returning officer was the DC. The DC will declare that the seat has been won unopposed, and once it is declared unopposed, Madam Speaker, the seat, there will be a new member of parliament before 1 month expires, Madam Speaker. And that would be the end of you, because there was no any other party. Madam Speaker, since those days, this country has gone through a revolution. It has gone through a revolution, through a lot of struggle. People even shed blood in order to get to where we are, Madam Speaker, and a lot of changes. When the new constitution came, Madam Speaker, it was like something like God sent. It was God sent because now those dates, those election dates, which the president used to tell us, I was in this parliament, Madam Speaker, when the president used to tell us that the date of election will be announced by him. It is a secret weapon. It is a secret weapon which he could use to, to deal with the opposition, whoever was trying to bring whatever issues. So, Madam Speaker, those days are long gone. We are now discussing a whole bill which now gives details, even a select committee to select the chairman of the Electoral Commission. This is a big revolution, Madam Speaker. I'm so happy that we have come to this stage where we are even talking of auditing elections. Going through a process of auditing the elections, Madam Speaker, which is something which was unheard of. This is something which I'm very, very pleased about, Madam Speaker. Even though we cannot have a perfect bill, Madam, the NADCO team sat, they went through the whole electoral process, they found out the weaknesses, they identified those weaknesses, and they tried their best to do improvements on them. I can see that we still have some of us who are still having some ideas on the improvements they still want to do on amendments, which is their right as per our constitution. They have a right to do amendments, but Madam Speaker, I hope that the amendments which will be made at the committee stage will not be those amendments which will dilute this bill and take us back again to some dictatorial regimes where we are going to go back again to some powers deciding who is going to be our chairman of the Electoral Commission, who is going to be the commissioners, and so on. Because now details have been made on how a selection committee will be selected, and I hope, Madam Speaker, that these improvements which have been suggested here will be for the good, and we shall never have a situation where we go back again to the situation of 2007, where people start fighting again.
Senator Oburu, would you like to be informed by Senator Mungatana?
Yes.
Okay, Senator Mungatana.
Madam Mungatana can.
I'm one of those people who always want to listen to the Honorable Dr. Oburu because he oozes a lot of history and wisdom. The information I wanted to pass to Honorable Senior is that the proposed amendments actually don't go towards diluting the NADCO report. The proposed amendment, Honorable Senior, they go towards making sure that any moves that are going to come, reports that are going to come, will come to both the National Assembly and the Senate. Because as it is, if you read the bill, we are legislating ourselves out of work, and we cannot allow that. So it is just the definitional aspects and the improvement on how we handle issues that are arising around those issues. For example, on the question of auditing, not auditing, but the question of limiting the boundaries delimitation. Imagine the way that law has come. It has excluded the Senate. They are reporting to National Assembly without us. So the JLAC have been able to pick up some of those things. And I wanted to persuade you, Honorable Senior, that you support those amendments. They are good for the Senate. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You can resume, Senator Oburu.
I appreciate the information given to me by my colleague with whom we have been friends for a long time here in this parliament. I appreciate the amendments, and I'm not saying I'm going to oppose the amendments as such, particularly when he mentions something which I'm concerned about, that the delimitation or the delineation of the boundaries will be taken to the National Assembly and then back to the committee
or to the Commission without coming to the Senate. Madam Speaker, I don't support that provision in the bill, or in the NADCO bill, Madam, and I hope that expanding it to include the Senate will enrich rather than dilute the bill. And Madam Speaker, I appreciate that quite a number of amendments which are being proposed are good, but I didn't like some of them which were being proposed by Senator Cherargei, which I thought were actually retrogressive, taking us back. But I don't want to, I did not stand here to criticize any senator. I just wanted to support the NADCO report, and also support my colleagues who have contributed before me and who have suggested amendments to it. And Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I support. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Mudigi Alexander Munyi.
Asante Bi Speaker, yangu ni kuunga mkono mjadala ambaye inazungumzia mambo ya IEBC na commissioner na pia mambo ya mpaka, na ningeomba Bwana Bi Speaker, mambo yaangaliwe na njia ile inafaa. Wale watu watakuwa tumekubaliana kama ni commissioner kama tisha, waangalie mpaka vile watakuwa nafanya kazi ile inafaa. Kwa sababu Bi Speaker, nakumbuka wakati tulishauriwa kulikuwa na shinda ya malipo ya wale watu magari, na wale walikuwa wamepatiwa kazi kandarasi ya kupepa wale watu walikuwa naenda kuangalia mambo ya kura. Na mpaka leo unakuta kaunti nyingi watu wengi wa kupata zile pesa. Hata nakumbuka tulikaa kama mwaka moja, nikuja nikasoma hiyo statement hapa na watu wengine wakaendelea kulipwa. Bi Speaker, hii mambo inafaa iangaliwe na njia ile inafaa, kwa sababu nakumbuka tulikuja hapa tuletwa na mwananchi, na siku hizi mambo mingi tumekubaliana iende mpaka masinani. Unakuta mambo ya serikali ya Kenya Kwanza inasema mambo kama ni kilimo iende masinani, kama ni mambo ya afya iende masinani, kila kitu yote imepelekwa kwa mwananchi. Na ndio naona siku hizi tunakaa hapa tukiongea mambo ya ukatusi. Na ndio naunga mkono pia mambo mengi inaonekana ni kama inaangaliwa na MP, lakini ningeomba pia wale watu wanajua mambo ya county ni governor na pia na senator, kwa sababu kila kitu yote hata mashamba iko katika county zetu. Bi Speaker, ningeomba wakati kutaangaliwa mambo ya mipaka, kama Embu County tuko na constituency 4, mimi ningeomba hakuna hata moja ingefaa kuguswa, hiyo constituency 4 iko na wajumbe 4 na pia na senator moja na women rep na governor. Kwa sababu najua tukianja hivyo tutaanja vita ambaye haitakuwa ikitupeleka vizuri. Ile ningeomba ni mambo ya ward. Tuko na ward kidogo, zile ward siongezewe. Kama tukiangalia kama Mbeere North iko na ward 3 na ward moja ambaye inaitwa Electoral ward imekuwa ni kubwa, lakini inatoshana na zile ward 2. Kwa hivyo kama kungewezekana kama Mbeere North ipatiwe kama hiyo ward moja iganywe iwe ward 2. Tukienda kama upande wa Mbeere South, tuko na Mbeere South tuko na ward zingine kama 5. Lakini ukiangalia ward ambaye ya Mafuria pia ni kubwa, na pia ward ya Mbeti South ni kubwa, na ward zingine hata Mwea. Mimi ningeomba wale watu wataangalia, hakuna haja ya kupunguza, ni kuongezea ward siwe nyingi, ndio iwe mwananchi anafikiwa na mambo ya kazi kule masinani. Na hiyo kitu yote pia nikisema upande wa Embu ya juu, tuko na ward kama nyingi, na unakuta kama ward inaitwa Ngenda ward ni kubwa sana, iko na watu wengi sana. Pia naangalia ward ya Kilimali, unakuta ni kubwa. Pia naangalia ward ya Kilimu. Ningeomba pia tukifuata hiyo ward siongezewe, lakini mambo ya kusema tu watu wengine waunganishwe wale wengine, hiyo naona haifai. Pia na tuko pale, tuko na Runyenjes, tuko na ingine kama Gatuni North. Unakuta ni kubwa sana. Tuko na Kidhemu Ward, tuko na ward nyingi. Kwa hivyo ningeomba kama upande wa Embu, constituency isiwe inapunguzwa hata moja. Kwa sababu nimeona pia mambo ya mipaka iangaliwe. Tukienda kama kwa vijiji, unakuta kama Mbeere North, unakuta kuna watu wako upande wa Tharaka Nithi. Unakuta wakati wanapiga kura, wanapiga vizuri. Mambo ya elimu iko Mbeere North, iko Embu County, hata mambo ya afya. Lakini unakuta kuna mgawanyiko ya watu wa Tharaka Nithi na watu wa Embu County wakipigana pale, wakisema hao watu ni wetu na hawa ni wetu. Kwa hiyo ningeomba ile kamati tutachagua iweze kuangalia vile mwananchi atafanywa kazi kulingana na vile inavaa. Kwa hiyo Mr. Speaker, ningeomba Embu County, hiyo sub county ine, constituency ine ikae hivyo, na pia ningeomba katika Mbeere South ni kubwa sana, iongezewe iwe constituency mbili, tuwe na wajumbe wawili. Upande wa Embu ya juu na iongezewe iwe ward kama Gaturi North na Kidhemu Ward, na pia ward nyingine inaitwa Beti North iunganishwe pamoja, ndio tuongezewe constituency nyingine tuwe na wajumbe. Kwa hivyo ningeomba wale kamati inaenda kuangalia hii mambo yote iweze kuangalia Embu County, tuko na constituency ine, tuongezewe constituency nyingine mbili, moja itoke Mbeere North, itoke Mbeere na nyingine upande wa Embu. Kwa hiyo Mr. Speaker, mimi ningeomba hii mambo iangaliwe vizuri, ndio ile mwananchi alituleta hapa katika Senate hata yeye afurahie. Na tunajua wakati hiyo kazi itafanyika, utakuta mambo itakuwa ni mzuri, kwa sababu tunafaa mwananchi aweze kuhudumiwa kulingana na njia ile inafaa. Na ndio mara mingi sisi tumekuwa tukipigania ukatusi, ndio magavana wapatiwe pesa ile inafaa, ndio iweze kwenda masinani. Na wakati tuongezewa ward na constituency, pia tunajua hiyo itatusaidia national government kupeleka pesa kule masinani, ndio mwananchi yule ametuleta hapa ndio aweze kuhudumiwa na njia ile inafaa, katika upande wa kilimo, upande wa afya na upande wa elimu na mambo zingine. Kwa hivyo Mr. Speaker, naunga mkono, lakini mpaka kuna mahali inafaa iangaliwe. Kwa hivyo Mr. Speaker, mimi nikiwa senator wa Embu County naunga mkono ati ile constituency ine hakuna mmoja inafaa iguswe, naunga mkono iongezewe kama mbili, na pia ward siongezewe, ndio tuwe na ward nyingi, ndio mwananchi aweze kufanywa kazi. Kwa hivyo Mr. Speaker, mimi nikiwa senator wa Embu County naunga mkono, lakini iwe na marekebisho, inafaa irekebishwe. Ni mimi senator wa Embu County, Senator Alexander Mundigi, ambaye ni daktari, deputy party leader wa chama ya NDP. Asante Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mundigi, thank you. Your titles are duly noted by the House. Senator Sigei Wakili Hilali Kiprotich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to support this very important bill. The reason why this House exists is because of an election that was conducted, and it was conducted through a process. That process is part of what this bill seeks to streamline. Madam Speaker, the bill is a bipartisan bill that is co-sponsored by the majority leader and the minority leader of this House. It therefore means, Madam Speaker, that the issues that have been put in this bill are issues that both parties of the House have had a position in a bid to ensure that we support and enhance the transparency, the process of undertaking the election from one cycle to the other. Madam Speaker, however, in the process of undertaking public participation and in engaging players within the election sector and cycle, several proposals have come out, and members have spoken to those many proposals, including the proposals on certain amendments that the members are seeking to introduce in order to make sure that ultimate document that we will pass as a House will have spoken to all the issues, including, Madam Speaker, the aspect where we are talking about the reports that comes out of an audit process. arising from an election cycle that the Independent Electoral Commission has conducted to be also brought before this House. Why? Because, Madam Speaker, the Senate as well as the National Assembly are both critical players in an election cycle. Inasmuch as then, Madam Speaker, that it is a co-sponsored bill, I believe that these particular proposals, particularly on the aspect of expansion of the qualifications for those who will be required to be nominated as members of the IEBC Commission, the objective behind that particular proposal is to facilitate diversity of knowledge. Election, in as much as we say, is I would say manual, a combination of both manual and ICT or technology related. In this case, the requirement that one or some of the members who will be appointed in to become commissioners should have extensive knowledge in ICT, in finance or related expertise. It is aimed at ensuring that we have people who, should we go full technology in our election, we have commissioners and we have also secretariat that will be able to speak within certain aspects of understanding what technology in election involves, what are the aspects that we need to improve in our current election processes. And Madam Speaker, that is a very important inclusion in the amendment to the law, so that as we go to the next election cycle, we have got sort of a streamlined process where, should we need technology, we have commissioners who have got knowledge in that particular aspect. Part of it, Madam Speaker, also in the proposals is the issues which were raised by parties that went to court. Remember, we have had a lot of litigation in the provisions of the Elections Act, the IEBC Act, and matters related there, and the proposals to include particularly certain aspects in the selection panel, in the number of commissioners, in the quorum that is required to form for purposes of transacting the business of the commission, is to align the law as is with the pronouncements that have come from the highest courts in the land, and also to accommodate now the comments that came from members of the now non-NADCO committee. Because, Madam Speaker, in the course of their reaching out, in the course of the public participation, so many comments came where the public, the players within the election sector, had their issues, which issues were incorporated, and that is why this particular document has proposed those amendments with regards to the quorum of the members of the commission, so that we also do not get to the situation like we did in the last election, where members were unable, or at any given time, everyone was suspicious of the decisions which are being made by the commission as to whether or not a membership of 3 can form quorum or 5 out of the 7. Remember, Madam Speaker, the Constitution provides that a commission comprises of between 3 and 9. As to whether or not then 3 can be appointed at any given time, will they form quorum? This is what this particular amendment to the Act has been introduced in order to make sure that we cure that anomaly, or the aspect of the inability to be very comfortable by membership with regards to the quorum of the commission. About the selection panel, Madam Speaker, the expansion of the panel from 7 to 9, remember this was an amendment that was done by this House barely 1 year ago, where the schedule to the Act was amended to provide for membership to the selection panel at 7. The current proposal to amend the selection panel to increase the membership from 7 to 9 is to accommodate as many as of those players in the election to be in the selection panel, so that we also have in that particular selection panel representatives from political parties, where we have got the political parties liaison committee giving us membership. We've got the Public Service, Parliamentary Service Commission. We have got also the interreligious groups. The diversity of the membership that will be given to the selection panel, Madam Speaker, will enhance the required expertise, knowledge, and experience in the team that will be given the mandate to give this country the IEBC that will conduct the elections that's coming and other subsequent elections that will fall within their mandate. Madam Speaker, we have been out of commission for a couple of years now, from the time we concluded the elections in 2022, and there are by-elections which have not been conducted. Some constituencies do not have representation. It is a constitutional edict, Madam Speaker, that every part of Kenya should have representation. The absence of the commission has led to those particular constituencies and wards from across the country do without the representation, which is something that is against the Constitution of Kenya. Passing this bill, Madam Speaker, will allow such constituencies and wards to undertake by-elections and also have their representation, because that is their constitutional right, and without the commission, they definitely cannot have their representation. The proposed amendment, Madam Speaker, further provides for the current membership of the selection panel to be protected in that they are entitled to apply and be considered as members of the selection panel. You are aware that immediately when the current selection panel that is in place was appointed and was sworn in, they embarked on advertising for the position of commissioners to the IEBC. They have done certain processes, which processes, of course, were technically frozen by the developments that came when NADCO committee was set up, starting with the bipartisan team and then thereafter the NADCO committee. So this particular group has been given an opportunity to equally participate in application to be members and also to participate if they were to be successful in being selected in the selection panel for the next team of commissioners to the IEBC. So as we debate this bill, Madam Speaker, we should be alive to the fact that we need the IEBC, and therefore we need the selection panel so that this particular commission is put in place, because without IEBC, there are so many issues that would arise, including on those elections which I've made reference to, and since they cannot be conducted, members of this country from the constituencies where they have no representation are denied of their right. And Madam Speaker, as I conclude, with regards to the proposal to submit the audit report of an election to Parliament by the IEBC, that is one of the very important roles that the Commission will be expected to conduct. And the timeline given of 18 months is very critical. It is critical, Madam Speaker, because in the process of undertaking their audit, the Commission will be able to identify mistakes which they could have been committed in the course of the election. They will be able to know what corrections needs to be done, and submitting it to Parliament within 18 months of a general election, Madam Speaker, will give room to Parliament to process relevant legislative changes or amendments to the present law, so that as we approach the next cycle of election, if there were mistakes which were committed, if there were certain missing links within the law, then the Parliament will be able to do the right thing by correcting or amending the law. And more importantly, the proposal that the committee made to make sure that such an audit report comes to Parliament and not the National Assembly, as it had been earlier on proposed by the bill that was passed by the National Assembly. And the reason behind that particular proposed amendment, Madam Speaker, is that if we are talking about any audit of an election process, Senate is part and parcel of an election sector or department, because members of this House have been brought to this House by an election process. Excluding them, Madam Speaker, therefore, would have been an injustice to the Senate and would have been actually derogating from the constitutional provision of the recognition of the House of Senate in the Constitution. Similarly, if it's about delimitation of boundaries, if we are delimiting boundaries, including wards at the lowest level, the Senate must be involved. And that is the wisdom the committee felt it is appropriate that each reference to National Assembly be replaced by reference to Parliament, so that both houses at any given time when it comes to matters election are involved. So, Madam Speaker, I support this bill, and I urge members of this House to fully support the amendments which have been proposed, so that we pass this bill as soon as we can to facilitate the creation of the IEBC and therefore entitle Kenyans to have representation across the board. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sigei. Senator Beatrice Akinyi Ogola.
Madam Speaker, I want to support this bill from the word go, Madam Speaker, and largely because, Madam Speaker, this was a great initiative of the NADCO report. Madam Speaker, NADCO itself was a demonstration of leadership in this country when great leadership came together and decided that it was time that we sat down as Kenyans, and the two groups were formed to deliberate on a number of issues, Madam Speaker. NADCO demonstrated leadership, and in the negotiations, Madam Speaker, and as we all know that negotiations are give and take, Madam Speaker, each team came up with their issues that were put on the table for deliberations, and we want to appreciate them that they were able to deliberate on the issues at hand as was presented by the two teams, and at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, they came up with what is referred to as NADCO. Madam Speaker, it also just demonstrates that with elections, elections come and go. And it does not stop each of the teams from sitting down to iron out on contentious issues. Madam Speaker, it was a great demonstration of goodwill by the governing coalition and the Azimio coalition. And thus, we have the amendment bill we are debating on today. Madam Speaker, I support this, that IBC, if well constituted, will run elections that stand the test of time. So, Madam Speaker, elections are so important, is a priority in this country because IBC, through running of elections, give us what we refer to as the representatives of the people. And the products that IBC give are seated in and legislating in county assemblies as members of, elected as heads of wards in this country. They are seated in parliament as a National Assembly as members of parliament representing different constituencies. A number are in the Senate here representing counties, Madam Speaker. And so, what the mandate of IBC is such a priority to Kenyans in general, Madam Speaker. It talks about boundaries, and boundaries in this country are also a top priority. That with those boundaries, be they wards, be they constituencies, be they counties, they are so dear to the people of Kenya because boundaries not only define leaders that our people will have, but they are also determinants of resources at either the ward levels, the constituency levels, and at the county level. Madam Speaker, these boundaries mean so much to Kenyans to the extent that with the boundaries, Kenyans know that they determine some employment quotas. That at some point in this country, employment was brought back to boundaries that people would be at, even the Public Service Commission, while making adverts, sometimes the numbers are calculated based on constituencies, based on counties. So, Madam Speaker, I support this because if the IBC is formed in a way that is acceptable to all of us, Madam Speaker, then the output will also be something that is of benefit to all Kenyans. But, Madam Speaker, as the boundaries are created, Madam Speaker, they must take into consideration equity. All Kenyans would like to compete in a way that they would like to see, if it is in a ward, they would want to see what is in that ward should also be entitled to other wards. Madam Speaker, on these boundaries, you see the issue of constituencies. Right now, Madam Speaker, we are looking forward to, once the IBC is constituted, Madam Speaker, we are looking forward to certain constituencies getting even more constituencies. Madam Speaker, in a constituency where I come from, that is Ndewa constituency in Homa Bay County, it is a constituency that has 7 wards, Madam Speaker. And Ndewa is so populated, Madam Speaker. All we are looking for, and we are praying that this IBC would be formed like yesterday, and all we are looking for as the Ndewa constituents is that our rights as a constituency will be looked into as other constituencies are deliberated on. Because Ndewa is a constituency that, given all the parameters, Madam Speaker, it can be split into 3 constituencies. A ward where I come from is a ward that has over 30,000 voters. In this country, there are constituencies alone that has 30,000 voters. So, Madam Speaker, if we are looking at equity, if we are looking at resources that a constituency is entitled to, if we are looking at, in terms of even personnel at employment levels, we feel as a constituency that we do not get what is rightful to us because the constituency is so large. Madam Speaker, I support this. When you look at the selection panel, I find it a selection panel that is inclusive. We are here as a country talking about carrying everybody into our decisions and into our actions. If you look at the composition, the proposed composition of the selection panel of the commission as spelled out in the bill, we find very good representation, including spelling out the issue of gender in the selection panel. I therefore support the proposed selection panel as brought out in the bill. And Honorable Speaker, in the selection panel forming the commission, you see the issue of the chairman has been mentioned. And here, Honorable Speaker, we are talking about a chairman that will be a spokesperson of a number of commissioners. We are moving away from a chairman who is a know-it-all chairman who will be deciding, making decisions on their own, Honorable Speaker. Like we saw it in the last commission, we had a lot of disgruntlement. And I'm supporting this amendment because to me, it is going to cure some of those challenges that we have, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the only missing link that was left out in the NADCO report was about the 2 two-thirds gender rule that has been contentious in this republic. And Honorable Speaker, the two-thirds gender rule is a constitutional right. And when we talk about the two-thirds gender rule, Mr. Speaker, sir, we are not talking about women, because a number of us, including a very senior senator seated next to me here, Professor Gender, a man I hold very highly. Whenever he talks about gender rule, he thinks it's about women. I would like to tell everybody that thinks that way, that the two-third gender rule is an affirmative position that may benefit, not benefit, may give women the opportunity to represent the women agenda at this point of time, but in the years to come, it may be the men that will need the affirmative position. So the NADCO report left out the two-thirds gender rule, and I'm looking forward, as I support the amendment bill, the IBC amendment bill, I'm looking forward to an IBC composed that will look at the needs of Kenyans, that will be able to help us implement that constitutional requirement. And Honorable Speaker, this is possible by the nominating parties that in their party list that will be presented to the IBC then, the parties must come out to present constitutional lists that will meet the threshold of the Constitution. Even at the nominating level, parties must go ahead. Honorable Speaker, I talk about this because it is the same parties that helped to constitute the NADCO committee that has given forth to the bill that we are talking about, its amendment today. So the two-thirds gender rule, Honorable Speaker, I believe can be resolved at the IBC level once IBC is composed, and at nominations when the parties are presenting their list, the parties must be able to present lists, as I said, that will meet the constitutional threshold. Honorable Speaker, I support this amendment because it is progressive, Honorable Speaker. It moves us from some point to some point. And I believe with this bill, we will be able to cure a number of issues. Honorable Speaker, just recently, His Excellency the President had a delegation to the United States of America, a trip that was highly made public of, and I saw a number of goodies that were listed that the President was able to bag from that official trip, historic trip to the United States of America. And Honorable Speaker, because we are discussing the issue of IBC, I must mention that in one of those goodies, I saw that the President was able to bag 198 million for the reforms of IBC. Honorable Speaker, that was good enough. Whatever you get from elsewhere is a plus. But as a nation, Honorable Speaker, we must invest more in IBC if we want to get the desired results that we are looking for as a country. Because as IBC is reformed, in the many ways that we'd like it to be reformed, Honorable Speaker, all of us must take note that IBC is some skeleton, a skeleton commission, but running elections everywhere. We must not only look at the reforms of IBC at the national level. IBC has structures at the counties, sleeping structures, Honorable Speaker. I call them sleeping structures because those are offices that only run when elections are about. We must be able to see offices that are active, overseeing electoral activities that are not only limited to elections alone, because our people need to be served in those offices. We must see vibrant election IBC offices at the constituencies. We must also see there's nothing that stops even IBC from devolving their offices to the ward levels. Honorable Speaker, I support this amendment, and I want to say that as a country, we must invest in full and progressive reform of the IBC so that we get results, we get the output that is desirable to Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, I support.
Thank you, Senator Beatrice. Senator Cheptumo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the IEBC, as we all know, is a very important institution in the management of our elections. And Mr. Speaker, in every election there has been issues about IEBC. The commissioners, the management, and so on. And Mr. Speaker, any attempt to reform, any attempt to improve the efficiency of IEBC, Mr. Speaker, is welcome. And I think this is the exact reason why the NADCO team was able to pick up this issue. And Mr. Speaker, it is our moment as a country and as a house to do the right thing. So that, Mr. Speaker, going forward, we will not be lamenting every election year that we lost elections because of the composition of the commissioners. We lost elections because of the elections law, and blame everything for what is happening, Mr. Speaker. So these proposed amendments to the Act, Mr. Speaker, I submit are very, very important because then it will strengthen the operations of IBC and ensure, Mr. Speaker, that we have efficient elections in terms of having better laws. Mr. Speaker, if I read the objectives of this bill, the objectives that were quoted, Mr. Speaker, are very, very important. And allow me, Mr. Speaker, to just refer to that part of the objective of the bill. Mr. Speaker, the bill seeks to enhance transparency. Transparency is important because then, Mr. Speaker, it removes the doubts about our institutions of governance and of elections. It seeks to enhance efficiency and accountability in electoral process. The bill seeks to make the Commission's appointment process more inclusive and transparent while ensuring continuity and stability within its administrative structure. So, Mr. Speaker, the bill is addressing not only the commissioners, but also the administrative structure of the Commission. Mr. Speaker, I will address only two areas of this bill in my submissions. And Mr. Speaker, the first one is the issue of the selection panel. Mr. Speaker, I want to inform the House that the current selection panel, as constituted, Mr. Speaker, I participated in this law when I was the chairman of CHILAC in the National Assembly. And Mr. Speaker, if you read first schedule of the current law, the current IBC Act, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the membership of the selection panel, and this is the law that we passed that time in National Assembly, the membership is 4 persons, being 2 men and 2 women nominated by the Parliamentary Service Commission. Those are 4. Then 1 person nominated by the Kenya Conference of Catholic Bishops. 1 person nominated by the National Council of Judges of Kenya. 1 person nominated by the Supreme Council of Kenya Muslims. 1 person nominated by the Evangelical Alliance. And finally, 1 person nominated by the Hindu Council. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the composition of that panel, it is almost 90% religious groups appointed. And I think, Mr. Speaker, the current change of the institutions to nominate the selection panel, because in this bill, Mr. Speaker, we see in clause 9 of the bill, because that's the one I want to deal with now, that the membership of the commission, of the selection panel, shall be appointed by a number of institutions, which is a complete departure from the previous religious organizations. That's now we have 2 persons nominated by the Public Service Commission, 3 persons nominated by the political parties, liaison, and so on and so forth. It is only 2 members nominated by Interreligious Council of Kenya. So, Mr. Speaker, we have reduced the number of members to be nominated by the religious organizations to only 2 from the previous 5. Mr. Speaker, then we now have the LSK. LSK, Mr. Speaker, is a very important institution, and I'm supporting the fact that now at least LSK can give us 1 person in the selection panel. Members, Mr. Speaker, have already submitted here that there is need to relook at the Parliamentary Service Commission, giving us 2 people, and even for the political parties liaison. Issues have been raised about whether they are credible enough to be able to do that. And I think, Mr. Speaker, this conversation is important. So, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to say that having been the chair of CHILAC and passed a law that is in the current act of the IBC, and now being in this House, again, seeing the departure, I think, Mr. Speaker, it is a good move so that we don't have a lot of members of the selection panel from religious organizations to a large extent, because there were 5 out of the 7. Mr. Speaker, I've also seen the increase from, because that is what the law, what this law has done, is to increase the number from 7 to 9. Again, I think it is also a plus because it is widening the scope of the institutions that are going to give these members of the selection panel. Mr. Speaker, the other progressive issue about this is, if you look at part 3 of that particular section or clause, the bill says the respect the respective nominating bodies shall select nominees for appointment through a competitive and transparent process. Mr. Speaker, it is okay to have members of selection panel. But, Mr. Speaker, the process of identifying those members in terms of their capacity, in terms of the expertise, in terms of the exposure, in terms of the knowledge, so that, Mr. Speaker, when we have a selection panel, we don't have members who are just picked from nowhere. I support this provision or proposed amendment because, Mr. Speaker, that was not in the previous law, or that, I mean the current law, which we passed when I was in the National Assembly. So, Mr. Speaker, it is important that we have a process. I believe there will be some advertisement, members will apply, giving the qualifications required, and I think, Mr. Speaker, these are very, very progressive proposals. 2C, Mr. Speaker, and I'm saying this because, Mr. Speaker, as our chair, my chair of the CHILAC, these are matters you really took us through and we were able to discuss. The respective nominating bodies shall ensure that not more than 2/3 of the nominees are of the same gender. What are we doing here, Mr. Speaker? Again, we are again becoming progressive, ensuring that the membership don't have a problem of gender. Mr. Speaker, the problem of the gender parity has been a big problem in the country. And, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution is very clear. But how we have been able to fail as a country to achieve, it has been a serious problem. And I think, Mr. Speaker, by these kind of provisions, we will be able to achieve some of these gender, the 2/3 gender rule in our institutions of governance as we work on the bigger dimension of that issue. So, Mr. Speaker, on the aspect of selection panel, I want to support and say that this is very progressive, and I want to hope that all the institutions that will be able to nominate members of selection panel should be able to follow the law so that we have good members to serve in the selection panel. Mr. Speaker, a good selection panel will give us good commissioners of IBC. Mr. Speaker, my second point, so that I also give my other colleagues to proceed, is the electoral boundaries, delimitation of electoral boundaries. That is under Clause 7, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important amendment because for the first time, we are able to guide the IBC on what to consider. Of course, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution has given the general framework of what IBC should consider in doing the delimitation of boundaries. But I think this law is guiding it even further. But, Mr. Speaker, this should be done because we were told by the mover, Mr. Speaker, that we have 15 wards without MCAs. Meaning, Mr. Speaker, constitutionally, they have been denied their constitutional right of representation. Mr. Speaker, one constituency without an MP, and we have 40 protected constituencies. Mr. Speaker, Baringo, we have one constituency that is protected, Mr. Speaker, that is Mogotio. And, Mr. Speaker, we are not prepared at any moment to cede and to lose that constituency. Mr. Speaker, that is something missing in my view in this particular law. So that, Mr. Speaker, the law should have been able to provide a framework on how these protected constituencies, Mr. Speaker, are going to be protected. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to really agree with this proposal. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, if you look at that article, that's clause 7(6), the parliamentary committee shall within 14 days of receipt of the revised preliminary report table the report to the National Assembly together with the recommendation. 7, the National Assembly shall, within 14 days of the tabling of the revised preliminary report, consider the report and forwards its recommendation to the Commission. And 8, within 14 days of the expiry of the period provided for, the Commission shall, upon receipt and consideration of the National Assembly and representation from the public, prepare the final report for publication in the Kenya Gazette. As you rightly chair in our report, as Chairlac raises issue, subclause 6, subclause 7 and 8 is deliberately, Mr. Speaker, removing Senate in the entire process. And yet, those units of the electoral units for the wards, for constituencies, falls under counties, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to agree with the proposal by the committee, our committee, Mr. Speaker, that wherever there is National Assembly in that particular subclauses, we replace with Parliament, because Parliament is National Assembly and the Senate. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude by saying we are glad as a House that this is our moment. We need to take up these issues. And for the elimination of boundaries, Mr. Speaker, that is an area which I'm very keen. Mr. Speaker, my county, we have 6 constituencies. And Mr. Speaker, and they are very fast. Theatre, Mr. Speaker, is actually more than a half of Baringo County. And Mr. Speaker, Mogotio, that time had a low population. I'm very sure by now it has been able to attain the requisite population. And Mr. Speaker, those of us from counties where we have protected constituencies like for me in Baringo, Mogotio, Mr. Speaker, that is an area we are going to ensure that we amend this law so that, Mr. Speaker, we have our constituencies protected. Mr. Speaker, I support.
Thank you, Senator Cheptumo. Honorable members, you will note that I gave preference to the Honorable Senator Cheptumo to give his submissions, considering the fact that he was indisposed. I will then allow Senator Ojenda to contribute his motion.
Mr. Speaker, I will be very brief. Mr. Speaker, I will be very brief in supporting the National Assembly bills, Amendment Bill 2024 to the IBC, Mr. Speaker, for a number of reasons. Mr. Speaker, number one, the question of delimitation of boundaries under Article 89(5) of the Constitution is governed by time frames. And it is not in doubt, Mr. Speaker, sir, that it is time that a boundary review be undertaken in this country so that the 290 constituencies can be reviewed and the wards that we have in the country can be reviewed so that new boundaries are set. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is clear that boundaries, either through all boundaries, Mr. Speaker, at the focal point of devolution. They define, Mr. Speaker, sir, matters of employment for the population. They define allocation of monies for purposes of budget, and therefore it's an important function that must be undertaken. Mr. Speaker, sir, thirdly, wards are important for the functioning of counties. In my own county, Kisumu County, we have 35 wards, and many of those wards should be up for review. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to address
another question, Mr. Speaker, sir. Of the 35 wards, there are wards that are like constituencies. North Nyakach ward, for instance, should be a constituency, and I believe the boundaries review processes that will invite views will find that some of these wards need to be divided so that we have more wards. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, sir, and I want to address my county, Kisumu. We have constituencies that need to be split into further constituencies. Kanyagwal constituency has not been formally made into a constituency because of the need for this process. And that is why I support this process. Kisumu East constituency has a population that would ensure, Mr. Speaker, that it is split into 2 constituencies. Kisumu Central constituency, Mr. Speaker, sir, has over 200,000 voters. Also needs to be split into a second constituency. Mr. Speaker, sir, the framework under Article 89.5, 89.6, and 89.7 of the Constitution is timeless and should be exercised as the Constitution defines. On the question, Mr. Speaker, sir, of the inclusive panel proposed by the increment of the panel from 7 to 9, I support the finding of the increment as set out in the NADCO report. Mr. Speaker, sir, the representation of the Law Society of Kenya is key in this panel because I know, Mr. Speaker, sir, that as chair of the Justice Committee, you have spoken to it, that we need the Law Society to be incorporated in this panel so that they guide the legal question beyond the political in the selection process of the commissioners. I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, sir, that commissioners of IEBC should be able to deliver so that we do not, in every 5-year cycle, review or amend the IEBC Act. All amendments, Mr. Speaker, sir, to the IEBC Act should be amendments that have longevity and that go beyond the momentary interests of politicians serving in a parliamentary cycle in 5 years. So that is why I support some of these amendments, because they give life to the democratization of IEBC. The choice of a secretary for a term of 4 years, renewable, Mr. Speaker, sir, is a term that speaks to an IEBC that can deliver, and an IEBC that does not hold elections. And after holding the elections, Mr. Speaker, sir, we have a month or 2 of maandamano. We do not want to see that again happen in this country, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, these amendments, as we support as Senate, and as we second what the National Assembly has done, Mr. Speaker, sir, should be undertaken without a political framework. I am alive, Mr. Speaker, to the fact that there are wards that need by elections to be undertaken. I'm alive that the IEBC has not had quorum. And that is the reason, Mr. Speaker, sir, that a quorum of 5 as proposed by a clear act, because in the last election petition cycle, we had interpretation questions. And Mr. Speaker, sir, I speak for the IEBC because the IEBC is my client. And therefore, I'm alive to the several legal questions that we have had to litigate. And when law comes to straighten out or to clear these questions that have been the subject of litigation, then I can only support Mr. Speaker, sir, both as a member of this House, as an advocate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you, Professor Senator Tom Ojenda. Senator Omar Sheikh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I also stand up here to support the bill. Mr. Speaker, this is one of the ADCO report recommendation. The recommendation of ADCO is there is amendment of almost 9 legislation, and one of them is IBC. Mr. Speaker, if this amendment go through, there must be so many improvements of the operation of IBC and also enhancing the transparency and efficiency of their work. Mr. Speaker, on the amendment, there are almost 8 of them. One is out of them, there is composition of the commission, which the amendment is about the number of the commissioners and qualification and disqualification of the commissioners and their terms in the office. Mr. Speaker, as per this, there is a constitution, there is a, when we lost an MP from Banissa constituency lack constitutional rights because of the gap of this amendment, which almost a year they are lacking constitutional right. When we amend this one, they might, and we will get their constitutional right. Mr. Speaker, the other amendment is about selection process. Mr. Speaker, on this, it is touching on process of vetting of commissioners and the role of the President and the Parliament in this case of selection procedures. Mr. Speaker, also there is operation of the framework of the IBC. Mr. Speaker, the role, this one touch on the role and the responsibility of the IBC. Mr. Speaker, we are in 21st century, and we are not supposed to use, we're supposed to use digital system because of we have to change our technology of how to operate election. Mr. Speaker, it also touched on voter registration, how to improve registration of voters, and provisions of updating the voter materials and registration. Mr. Speaker, it also touched on, amendment touched on also election conduct, how we have conducted our election. It will be, when we pass this amendment, it ensures that there is free and fair and credible results on elections. Mr. Speaker, in the composition of commissions, there is a nominee from ISPAC that automatically show there will be accountability, which will be auditing and the review of the activities of IBC. Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Omar. Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand to support the bill, the amendment bill. As you are aware, Honorable Speaker, Kenya has experienced a lot of problems in terms of, election times. In every cycle of election, this country experiences a lot of problem. As a result of, especially the time of, announcing results, final results, there's a lot of discontent, and many Kenyans have lost their lives as a result of, wrong judgment or wrong information. At the same time, because of, boundary issues, and therefore I'll say that this amendment actually is timely. One thing you should know is that, as Honorable Mariam said, I think there is still lacuna in these places. That by the time the commissioners' term were over, the previous commissioners, I think there was a lot of gap that was created. We have constituencies today which have no representation in terms of parliamentary member of parliament. There are many wards that don't have the representation, the MCS, and therefore the bill is still silent on those kind of things. In the absence of the commissioners, I think it will be the right thing to allow either the CEO and the team to conduct the elections, or they form a kind of an ad hoc representative of the commission. So I think we also need to think, see how best we can include those things. One other thing is in terms of the boundary delineation. As you're aware, I think boundaries in this country is so emotive, and at times of elections, there's a lot of disorder. You will see, what do you call the place where the elections take place? Actually, there's a lot of mix-up of the polling stations. You'll see a polling station in one constituency, but the same constituency maybe have another polling station, and in another constituency, which they call it, what do you call mobile stations. This has also been a big problem, and it causes a lot of confusion. You'll see in one station, there are two polling places. That is, see in one school, you have a polling station for one constituency, at the same time for another constituencies that in the neighborhood. I think we know to correct those anomalies. One other thing is, Honourable Speaker, I am not in agreement with the reducing of the term of office from 5 years to 4 years. I think the institutional knowledge is very important, and this is, an institution that needs to have a lot of knowledge, a lot of records, and I think if we do it, if we reduce the term of office, that will not be able to, at least we will be able to create a gap. One other thing is, Honourable Speaker, you are aware that this country, when the 2010 constitution was done, that was actually to have a united Kenyans, that people, the minorities and the majorities all will have a right. But however, up to now, the minorities have been forgotten. There are people up to now who don't even know what an MP is. Maybe they just hear it. They only vote without any knowledge of what their rights are. There are no awards. And therefore, this business of protected constituencies, it's either that the constituencies should boost up their population, or we reduce the number of population required, the threshold for constituencies, so that we can be able to remove any protected constituencies. I will suggest that at least the minorities like the Elmoles, the Narashas, the Ogegs, needs to have a representation in this country. They're so disadvantaged, they're forgotten. Some of them don't even know about what the governance is, what the government is. And therefore, some of these protected constituencies should be given to the minorities, like the Elmoles and the Nashas and all these people. These people have never had a representation in the national government, the national parliament. Or else, every time we give a nomination to minorities and gender and all these things, but we see the same minorities come from the majority also. You see, a member of parliament, the senator, the nominated person, the ward rep might be coming from a larger community, but in the name of minorities. I think that we need to at least have a kind of regulations that safeguards the minority rights. One other thing, Honourable Speaker, is that we need to have also, at times of dispute, actually, we need to have a proper dispute resolutions committees in place, or commissioners, whatever, so that the time for dispute can be minimized. As much as we appreciate the courts are doing very well, but of course, there's a lot of manipulation in the court procedures, and therefore, we need to also strengthen the court issues so that at least we can have a fair and free hearing. Honourable Speaker, one other thing I'm saying is election timelines. You see, in the past, we used to have elections in December. The most appropriate time for elections is actually when Kenyans are relaxed, when Kenyans are free, when the schools are closed. But of course now in August, at times, people like northern Kenya were disadvantaged because normally it comes the time of the dry period. In the dry spells, most of the people move out of their grassy areas. They even cross borders to Somalia and Ethiopia and any other part of the world where they can get pastures. And actually, during the elections, you see the voters, the turnout is very poor. And most of the times, people are saying, oh, northern Kenya has no population. But it's not so. The population, actually, most of them are pastoralists. They go out of the country, and they're disadvantaged because they cannot even present their votes. Therefore, the best time now should be, and I support that we also look into the time of elections, and then we revert back to the old days, like the times of December, maybe the second week of second Tuesday of December, so that at least everybody can have time to vote and time for the schools and whatever to things. Honorable Speaker, one other thing is actually the business of saying that the constituencies will be based on population. Well, that's a great, good thing. But of course, there should also be considerations of the few. Because we need to have a united country. We need to have inclusivity. So if everything is said, population is the basis. Our last election in 2019, population's actual figures are so much manipulated. So much. It was actually too biased. And actually some of us still, some of the areas have a case in the court that the figures given was not the right figures for the population of the same area like northern Kenya. And therefore, that should not be the basis for elections. One thing, finally, Honorable Speaker, one thing is the issue of saying, the guy is now saying, the probability of saying that one man, one shilling, one vote. Actually, those who constituted the Constitution of Kenya in 2010, all those who participated knew that we have majorities and minorities. And therefore, everybody was taken care of. But one thing that our friends in Mount Kenya should know is, one shilling, one man, one vote, or one shilling will not work for this country. We need a cohesive country. We need all of us to have a right to get elected. And one thing is, in terms of taxation, every Kenyan is paying tax. Those who are multimillionaires are paying tax. Even the mama who sells mboga pays tax. In that, when she buys, a liter of kerosene, she pays tax. When she buys food, or rice from a shop, she pays tax. So there's no Kenyan who doesn't pay tax, whether it's directly or indirectly. Therefore, the issue of being arrogantly saying one man, one shilling, one vote, and one thing I will tell you is, for those probability of saying one man, one shilling, you require 24 counties for you to qualify as a president. You need 50 plus 1. So if you think that you can gain 50 plus 1 from one region, I think that is exactly you're at a loss. And therefore, we need an inclusivity. We need to work together. We need to work together. See this country to move forward instead of taking us back to where we came from. And therefore, with those few remarks, I beg to support the amendment.
Senator Okoiti Andrew Omtata.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to conditionally support the motion because we need an IBC in place, whether it comes through the window or through the front door. We need an IBC in place so that we can discharge the constitutional timelines that are some have been infringed, as Senator Omar has observed, in terms of by-elections for MPs and for wards, members of the county assemblies. But that being as it may, and I support the bill only because of that we should have it in place. But in the bigger equation, or in the final, when I do a proper analysis of this bill, I see that we are again going to fail. The IBC we are going to have is going to be a failure because, and you will not be alone, because you have seen all our independent commissions have failed in their mandate because we appointed them through ad hoc committees. There's no way an ad hoc committee can produce an independent body. I've never seen it anywhere. I've tried to research across the world. It's only in Kenya that we are trying to achieve the impossible by thinking that we can get an independent organ produced through an ad hoc committee. The issue of commissioners, we need to look at the best practices elsewhere. We cannot assume that we are going to invent the wheel in Kenya. All the democracies across the world, when you look at them, electoral officials are chosen by political parties. The people with a fight, the people who are contesting for power, are the ones who choose people who can sit there and represent their interests and let the contestants checkmate. But to talk of an ad hoc committee doing that, it's impossible. You get something like on the selection panel, religious leaders. What dog do they have in the fight for electoral seats? Civil society, and all these other groups. So I'm seeing this thing primed for failure. We should think of the IPPG way that we succeeded in this country, that gave us a successful referenda and gave us a successful 2002 elections. Mr. Speaker, sir, the question of the National Assembly trying to assume that it is Parliament and the Senate does not exist is a very, very serious issue. And I agree with your submissions when you're on this side, that wherever the word National Assembly appears, it should be replaced with the word Parliament. But better still, it could be replaced with the expression National Assembly and the Senate. There's no way an election can be handled through a law made only by the National Assembly. The wards are affected, the Senate itself is affected, we are elected through this law. It cannot be by the National Assembly alone. They are not our lords. So the Senate must be included, and I would rather be more definitive than what was proposed to use the word Parliament. We have the word National Assembly and the Senate. That is what makes Parliament. Parliament is not made of the National Assembly. In fact, it's a misnomer to refer to members of the National Assembly as the members of as MPs. We are also MPs. Senators are MPs, are members of Parliament. As regards the concerns that Senator Cherargei raised, that if the chairman, Mr. Chebukati, had been kidnapped, what would have happened? That something with a loophole would have come across to allow that. I think the question of bringing the presidential election to Bomas is unconstitutional. There's no provision in the Constitution for having a tallying center at Bomas. If you look at Article 138, Clause 2, it is very clear that the election takes place in each constituency, the election for president. We should have results for each constituency. We should know who has won in each of the 290 constituencies, and then we just get an aggregation. And the people to announce the winners in each constituency are the returning officers. Article 89 is very clear on how to conduct elections. So the idea that you have got a chief, I think the returning officer for the presidential election, is anathema to the provisions of Article 138, Clause 2, and Article 89 of the Constitution. So I hope that we shall have the fidelity to Chapter 7 of the Constitution and begin implementing elections as prescribed in Article 87, in Chapter 7. Even under Article 140 of the Constitution, where you have got disputes of presidential elections, where a petition is given 7 days and the court is given 14 days, I have seen people trying to say that the timeline is very short. Even judges of the Supreme Court have claimed it is very short. But the problem is that they are stuck in brick and mortar. They are thinking of manual elections. But if we are doing digital elections, 14 days are just too long. And I would also want to point out that in Raila 1, the first petition Raila filed, a question came up whether spoiled ballots count or not. Show me where in the Constitution you have got spoiled ballots. You only have spoiled ballots when you have a manual election. But because the Constitution dispenses at fully digital election, there are no spoiled ballots anywhere. So the spoiled ballots become a creation of the Supreme Court, and it's part of how the courts have been mutilating the Constitution through interpretations not anchored in law or fact. Mr. Speaker, sir, there's also the issue that people are talking of the two-gender rule, two-thirds gender rule. I've read the Constitution of Kenya over and over. I've never come across the expression two-thirds gender rule. There's a two-thirds gender principle in Article 87, in Article 27, Clause 8, and in Article 81. So, again, it's the Supreme Court which invents this word gender rule. In the advisory that the Attorney General sought whether what he called the gender rule would apply in 2013 or would apply later. So there's nothing like a gender rule. A rule must be observed. What is in the Constitution is a gender principle, something that we must work towards. There's no obligation that you must implement a principle in this time and space. My friends had asked me to cut my submission short. So the Senator for Kiambu would also like to contribute to the bill. I'll be magnanimous, and I'll stop my submissions there. I had a long list of things to address.
Tata, the Honorable Senator Karungu Thangwa has not made that request. I cannot see that he wants to speak.
Oh, he wants to reply. I think he wants to reply. They want to reply. So I'll terminate my submissions at that stage so that I can allow them to reply. I can see it's almost time. And so, Mr. Speaker, sir, I support the bill, but I know it's going to be another disaster when implemented, but it will enable us to overcome a constitutional conundrum that is cascading towards us, in the form of constitutional timelines that require the IBC to do certain things, including the review of boundaries. With those few remarks, I support Mr. Speaker, sir.
Honorable Senators, there seem to be no other senator who is interested in contributing. I therefore call upon the mover to reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I rise to reply.
Senator Thangwa, order please. This particular reply by the Honorable Senator Thangwa is doing it on behalf of the majority leader who was the mover of this particular bill. So you proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As you have rightly put it, as the Senator of Kiambu, I rise to reply on behalf of the majority leader, Senator Cheruiyot, on this amendment bill, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Amendment Bill 2024. And I start by thanking every senator, Mr. Speaker, who has contributed in support of this amendment, because we all support that we need to have IEBC in place. And for IEBC in place, to be in place, we need to have a selection panel that is supposed to select the 9 commissioners, Mr. Speaker, so that they can start their work in putting in place IEBC commissioners, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the most measurable public participation is an election, the general election. That is when everybody is given an opportunity to participate in their democratic right to select leaders who will represent them in parliament or county assemblies, or who will serve them in different executive offices, Mr. Speaker. By saying so, it means that we need to put IEBC in place as yesterday. Mr. Speaker, there are some pending by-elections, but they cannot happen because there's no IEBC. If you read this bill, Mr. Speaker, it has looked into all the chaos that happened in the elections of 2022, in the just last concluded election of 2022. Because it has, if you look at Section 2 of the amendment bill defines what is a chairperson. Mr. Speaker, it says a chairperson is the person elected as per the Constitution. But if you look at what we are amending, or what it is today, it says that the chairperson is a chairperson, or is a vice chairperson, or any other commissioner who will be acting as a chairperson, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that one is going to cure the Cherera disorder, Mr. Speaker. Because if this clause was there, we could not have experienced what we experienced, that any commissioner can just stand and pretend to be the chairperson and announce the election, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you look at Section 7A, Section 4, that is amending Section 7A, it says very clearly, we are deleting subsection 4 and 5, and the reason why we are deleting that is because they say where a position of the chairperson, when there is a vacancy of a chairperson, any commissioner can be the chair, or the vice chair can immediately become the chair. By deleting those clauses, we are protecting that office of the chairperson, so that we don't have the gameplay like we had last time, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've heard the Senator for Wajir, Senator Abbas, who is talking about what Mount Kenya is doing when it comes to one man, one vote, one shillings. Also, before I say whether I agree with that or not agree with it, it's also good to let him know that the population of Wajir is bigger than the population of Nyeri. So probably, if that was the case, he could benefit more than those counties in Mount Kenya that he's talking about. Mr. Speaker, the selection panel has 90 days to recruit and forward the names to the president. And immediately after they do that, they self-destruct, Mr. Speaker, self-termination. That is an indication that we don't want to use the public finance to have a commission, to have a panel that can work without timelines. But I'm happy to hear that the parliament can extend their work if there is need. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude because of time, I would want to say that the constituencies and the wards, when it comes to the delimitation of electoral units, people should be consulted. There must be public participation. There must be everywhere in this in every corner of this country, Mr. Speaker, people must be consulted, because people have started speaking anyhowly, if I can say that, by trying to suggest some of the things that I don't think it is even in their right mind of suggesting, like what NCIC is suggesting. Although we know IEBC cannot change the names of the counties, but they are suggesting that Parliament to change the names of counties, about 10 of them, that they should not go by the names of ethnic groups, Mr. Speaker. NCIC is okay with somebody going to Kenyatta Primary, going to Kenyatta High, taken to Kenyatta Hospital, using Kenyatta Highway to go to Jomo Kenyatta Airport, but they have a problem with the whole county called Embu. They have no problem with one single person, Moi High, Moi Primary, Moi International, Moi Road, Moi Avenue. They have no problem with that, but they have a problem when the people of Embu, who are hosting Moi Stadium, Mr. Speaker, they have a problem that they don't want the people of Embu to call their county Embu. Those are some of the things that we need to discuss, Mr. Speaker. And looking at the time, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 66.3, I beg to request that putting of the question be deferred to a later date. I beg to reply. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Thangwa. And the request for deferment of putting of the question is allowed pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 66. And honorable members, rise. Honorable Senators, it's now 6:30 p.m. Time to adjourn the Senate. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until tomorrow, Thursday, 30th May 2024 at 2:30 p.m.